ratings there. I can read 1, 2, 3. Yeah, not yet correcting. Not yet correcting.
Okay. Could we please put a message on the WhatsApp group just reminding members to join the meeting?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Gabo, could you please maybe just post the link again on the WhatsApp group?
Or sorry, Chair.
I'm saying, could you please also post the link to this meeting on the WhatsApp group?
All right, no, that I'm doing now. But however, I was going to request maybe in the absence, in being sensitive to time, maybe we waive our first item. We start with the briefing. Then immediately after the briefing, then we'll still 5 minutes to continue with the first item rather than waiting. Now it's 5 minutes gone now.
Yes, I do understand. Well, it's actually just 2 minutes, but I just want to, how far are we short of a quorum?
We are...
Just 1 or 2 members, or is it quite a few short?
Sorry, Chair. Regarding the so-called election, is it really an election, or is it clearly set out each party has such a representative, and it's just putting forward who the party appoints into that position?
Honourable Clerk, it's just it's actually the word election is probably ill-advised. It's actually just a nomination.
Exactly. So I don't think we need a quorum for that.
Do we have the legal advisor on the meeting to help us with that? I would agree with you. It makes sense to me.
Morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. My name is Tembiso Ntsele. I'm the Senior Legal Advisor. Chairperson, on this issue of the nomination, because members will be allocated based on the proportional representation, I believe that each allocation is based on the representation of the parties. As a result, parties can forward allocation of numbers as per the proportional representation. Like, for example, MKMP must send 2 nomination, and the IFP 1, ANC 1, and then the chairperson, which from the DA will be one who will be leading the delegation chairperson. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That is my understanding as well. So I don't know if we want to, you see, the problem is that Cabo needs to obviously advise SAPAC. We could either just agree here and now so we can get going. That's the allocation, which I think your advice is 100% correct. And actually, I spoke to Cabo last night and we agreed that should be the breakdown. So you've confirmed our instincts. So we can either just agree that that's the allocation, or if the members are present, we can put the names into the hat. But if we can just agree on that allocation, as per your advice, then we can just advise the various parties that we need a nomination per party. Would that seem to make sense?
Yes, Chairperson. The meeting need to adopt that location as a result going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but in order to adopt that, we need to be quorum. Am I right?
Yes, Chairperson, we'll have to wait for the quorum for that, because if I don't know whether we already have 6 members, if there are already 6, because it suffices to be a quorum for the meeting to proceed, so that this matter is presented and adopted in a formal meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Well, look, I once again, sorry, I can't. I literally just see. I can't really see who is here. From my side, so I really rely on if we quorum it.
Chair CQ is here.
Thank you. Honourable Matlopa, thank you. And I know like Honourable de Klerk's here and I'm here. Who else is on?
Chair, the Honourable Lungwan was trying to get in. He was having a problem, but I think he's gonna be in now.
Someone is already in. The Dunks is here.
Thanks, tripartite.
Yeah, that makes us 5, I think. That makes us 5.
Is present.
Thank you very much. That makes us 5. Is that where we are at the moment? We just need a 6th.
There's Honourable Biela also here.
Okay, then am I right in saying, Kabo, we've got 6, at least 6?
Yes, we're correct, yeah.
Okay, then I would like to just put to the
we are here as well as the MK party.
Okay, then we're good, honourable members. Right, well then let's just go. Sorry, can you please just scroll to that section of the agenda, please, Kabo? What I see in front of me now starts with number 6. If you could just scroll up a bit. Okay, all right, fantastic. Right, we've had a bit of and I do apologise to AGSA for listening into all of this. We just had a little bit of business we had to sort out first before we started our engagement with you, which is important business. So let me just start the meeting now properly. I'd obviously like to open and welcome all of you to the meeting. Thank you very much for making your time. I always prefer in-person meetings, but sometimes we have to have virtual meetings, and that is the case today. I think Kabo has an idea of attendance. Do we have any apologies for this morning? Have any apologies been received, Kabo?
Yes, sir. I have an apology from Mr. Zulu, the chairperson for Park. He said no, since it's the entities and they have no role in the entities, then he's not going to be part of the meeting, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, that's the only apology I have, sir.
I'm not sure if Honourable Nair is on.
Oh no, also Honourable Nair. Sorry about that, sir.
Chair, I've just joined. My apologies.
Thank you, Honourable Nair. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I know that you're in Cape Town. Sorry, can we all please mute our microphones, please? Thank you. Kabo, who is that? Can you please mute anybody who's unmuted? Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Honourable Nair, I know you're juggling today, and I appreciate you joining the meeting. Okay. So other than that one apology, we can proceed. So I've now determined that the meeting is quorate. Colleagues, you will understand that as part of the Public Accounts Committee for KZN, we are part of a bigger body in South Africa called the South African Association of Public Accounts Committees, which is known by its acronym SAPAC. And there is a special general meeting happening on the 8th and the 9th of November for SAPAC up in Johannesburg. Pretty much right, we're going to fly into the airport and go straight into the hotel there. That's where the SAPAC special general meeting is going to be. I don't know if we can just flight. I did ask Kabo that you'd have that document ready, the notice of that meeting. If we can just flight that quickly. Okay, there we go. So there is the notice. It's for Friday and Saturday, 9 November 2024. If you can just scroll down, please. You can see the venue is at the Southern Sun Hotel at the airport at OR Tambo. The agenda is now going to look at a consolidated report for SAPAC for the 6th legislative term, and then the priority areas of the program of SAPAC for the 7th legislative term, which is obviously the term we're in now. And then there will be elections of the Executive Committee of SAPAC. If we just go further down slightly, it says the delegation there must comprise the chairperson of your Public Accounts Committee and a minimum of 4 members of your maximum of 4 members of the Public Accounts Committee, ensure multi-party delegation. So I therefore feel that the suggested breakdown falls into line with that, which will be 2 MK, 1 ANC, 1 IFP, and then myself as the chair. And then we will have not more than 2 support staff members. So I would imagine that will be Cabo, and him and I will discuss who the other person is if that is necessary. So at this point, colleagues, now that we are quorate, MK, would you like to provide us now with the delegates that you would like to send, or would you like to discuss it and get that information through to Cabo?
Thank you, Chair. Morning to the honorable members and the staff. We're going to discuss it as MK and then communicate to the coordinator for the names that will be going. But we had the number that it's 2. So there's no issue with that. So we'll provide the names as soon as we're done in this meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Magobane. That's greatly appreciated. Now, ANC, or would you like to nominate someone now, or do the same as our MK friends?
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, the honourable colleagues, members, and our support staff. The ANC will nominate or bring in the name of Honourable CQ Clever Queen Matlopa to be representing the ANC. Thank you so much.
Okay. Honourable Matlopa, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, Honourable Chair, I accept.
Right, wonderful. IFP?
Good morning, Honourable Chair. As work of the IFP, I nominate Lawrence Johannes de Klerk, and Lawrence Johannes de Klerk accept the nomination.
Okay, wonderful. All right, there we go, colleagues. That's quick and easy. That's our delegation then to SAPAC, a very important meeting. And we will await from the good advices of Honourable Magubani as to the MK members who are going to attend. Cabo, I think we're done with that bit of business then. Sorry, let me just make this formal. Can I please have a mover for that resolution by the committee?
Honourable Chair, Honourable Naya moves.
Thank you, Honourable Naya. Do I have a seconder?
Yes, Chair. Lawrence de Klerk.
Okay, Honourable de Klerk seconds. And are there any objections from any of the members to that? I'll be like an auctioneer going on. Yes?
No objections.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, in the absence of that, in that silence, I will take that as consent. So that is now resolved. Thank you very much. Cabo, if you can just go back to the agenda. All right, we've dealt with that business now. I think it would now be useful if we, as per our recently adopted custom, that we introduce ourselves. I'll start off and introduce myself. My name is Tim Broughterset. I'm a member of the committee. I'm also the chair of the committee, and I welcome everybody here this morning. I don't know if Ezemvelo and Ithala have joined yet. I'm assuming they'll join a bit later. But if they are here, I welcome them. Obviously, I welcome our friends from the Auditor General South Africa who are going to present to us shortly. If I could just go around and, well, if the members could just introduce themselves in turn, if you don't mind, so that we all know who everyone is. Thank you. Let's start with, let me go by party. Let's start with MK. If MK can just introduce their members on the platform. Honorable Magabane, do you want to lead off?
Morning. Morning, colleagues. My name is Lucky Hadebe, committee member from MK.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe.
We also have Honorable Makubane here, but I don't know what happened to him.
Apologies, Honorable Chair. I've been trying to press the unmute button. My name is Tembiso Makubane, the member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Is anybody else on from MK? Oh, okay, let's move on to IFP.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lawrence de Klerk. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Affairs. Accounts.
Thank you, Honorable de Klerk. Honorable Ramprakash.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm a member as well.
Thank you very much. Sorry, this is a bit stilted because it's on virtual. Okay, ANC colleagues. Honorable Gluvana, Honorable Matlopa.
Honorable Chair, my name is Celiwe Madopa. I'm the member of Scopa under the Chairperson team.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Gluvana. Okay. I know Honorable
Chair, Honorable Dongwane was having a problem with the network.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's out because he phoned me even last time to say that he's trying to get in.
No, that's fine. This is why I prefer in-person.
My apologies. I'm back, Honorable Chair. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then I think, I'm not sure who else is remaining, but is Honorable Naya still around?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, it's Honorable Marlene Naya, and I'm a member of this committee. Chair, I'd like to please be excused to join the NCOP for COPTA business, if the committee would indulge me. Thank you so much.
Honorable Naya, that's fine. I do know you're in Cape Town briefing with all the other chairs of the committees on various bills and legislation that the legislature has to deal with, so I don't have any problem with that. Thank you for joining us in the meeting to ensure that we report. I do appreciate that. All right. I think I've covered the entire committee. Could I now maybe move over? Have I missed anyone? Missed any honourable members? I'm sorry, I'm at a loss here because the screen doesn't really show me who's here.
Chair, I just want to report that I'm battling with the network. I'm trying to get a spot where I can get a proper reception. I really apologize for just going in and out. It's network just picking me up. My apologies.
Honourable Glungwana, I know that you are a most accomplished member and that this is certainly beyond your control. I know it's not the way you normally do things. Okay, can we now just go over to Auditor General South Africa? If you could just introduce yourselves. Perhaps if you could turn on your so that we can see who you are and we all get to know each other as we go on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Kabiso Madlala, the Deputy Business Unit Leader in KZN. With me, I am accompanied by Miss Adele Howard, who will turn on her camera, and Mr. Martin Coates. Those are the senior managers that are responsible. Adele is responsible for Ezemvelo, and Mr. Coates is responsible for Ithala. Thank you very much, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, then I think let's get into the business of the day. After the start we've had, I'm grateful to our friends from AGSA and Ithala and Ezemvelo for being patient with us. Let's get into the business of the day. So, Kabiso, are you going to lead this presentation?
Chair, Ms. Howard will be starting, depending on whether we're starting with Ezemvelo or Ithala. One of the senior managers will introduce themselves and carry on. Thank you.
Look, it's up to you, but I do have that Ezemvelo is first. So we will follow your lead. But I think on our program, we had Ezemvelo and those related entities first. So please start your presentation, and then we will note our questions, and then we will have a question session afterwards. Thank you. I think if you could possibly, I think just for time purposes, if you can go through your entire presentation, right through to the end to Ithala, and we will note questions all the way through. And then at the end, we will ask you any questions for clarity before we start engaging with the actual entities. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and a very good morning to you as well as all the honourable members and all in this meeting. So I will start with KZN Nature Conservation Board, also known as Ezemvelo, and I believe that the slides were circulated beforehand, so I will just highlight the key aspects for the 2023-24 audit outcomes. Just to start with, one of the reasons we are here is due to our mission and vision, and as you are aware, we have a constitutional mandate to strengthen our beautiful country's democracy by enabling oversight, and through auditing, and through that we hope to build public confidence, and we also want to be recognized as the supreme audit institution with regard to public sector accountability. If we look at the 22-23 recommendations, there were recommendations made with regard to the annual performance report. It was also with regard to the financial statements and then compliance. And if we reflect now, after the 23-24 audit, management did actually implement the recommendations in the annual performance report because there were no material findings in the current year. However, when it comes to the financial statements and the compliance issues, those were not fully implemented because there was still material misstatements with regard to property, plant and equipment and the regular expenditure, as well as material non-compliance findings identified in the current year's audit. So if we just look at the last 3 years and look at the audit outcomes, you'll see in 21-22, that was the last time that the entity received an unqualified opinion. Then in 2022-23, on the financial statements, you'll see that they regressed to a qualified, and in 23-24, it remained stagnant as a qualified opinion. If you look at the second row, you'll see it was the conservation operations that we selected to audit in the annual performance report, and that was an improvement noted as it improved from qualified in the previous years to be unqualified in the current year. Compliance with legislation, repeat non-compliance with the financial statements, a new non-compliance with regard to revenue management, and then repeat non-compliance under expenditure management, procurement, and contract management. There were 3 other areas where there were no material findings identified. So if we look at the overall audit outcomes, you can see it is stagnant in terms of the opinion, the qualified opinion on the financial statements. However, the culture is that there is a stable board of directors and there is an audit committee in place. And through engagements with the board, we've seen that they are willing to improve the audit outcomes of the entity. The key vacancies that were there in the previous year were filled in the current year, that being the CEO and CFO. And really, if you look at the root causes, it is management's failure to implement controls over the asset management and prevention as well as detection of irregular expenditure. That really is one of the main root causes for this audit outcome. We did recommend to management that they strengthen their internal controls over the asset management as well as procurement processes, maintain the good controls over the annual performance reporting, and really there needs to be adequate oversight over the financial statements and monitoring of compliance. Management also did submit an audit action plan to us, and we did give some inputs on those action plans to assist them in terms of preventing repeat findings again in the next year's audit. If we look at the quality of financial reporting, it's not good. It's modified. So even the opinion was qualified, and your 2 main areas is the property, plant and equipment and irregular expenditure. In terms of the financial position of the entity, it's not too good due to adverse liquidity ratios and deficits each year. Although in the current year, the deficit did reduce compared to the previous year, and that was due to the controlling department increasing the subsidy that they gave them. So also, creditors' payment period is not too good either, so not generally financially healthy. If we look at the performance reporting, there were no material issues there.
Sorry, Ms. Howard.
Yes.
Could I just ask that I'm really not rushing you this morning. So if you wouldn't mind just going back to that previous slide. I just feel that, and I don't want to, I thought that I'll just tell you this now so that we can have a better picture. You are going through the presentation quite quickly. But for instance, things like on the previous slide, on slide 7, impact, you say the financial statements were not good quality as it contained material misstatements. And then you skip over to the going concern and you went through it very quickly. I would really like you just to get into some detail there. You may as well do it now because it may prevent further questions of clarity later. We'd like to know what the material misstatements are. We'd like to have a full discussion of whether it's a going concern or not, why the creditor payment period is so long. If you could just give us some more detail as you go through, because I'm really not rushing you with this presentation. So you can take your time and give us as much detail as possible. Thank you.
Noted, Chair. So with regard to the property, plant and equipment, the issue there was that management did not recognize it in accordance with the requirements of the GRAP standard. And one of the most significant issues was with regard to the impairment of property, plant and equipment. So they impaired assets that did not show indicators of impairment, and GRAP requires there to be an indicator first before it is impaired. They also didn't impair assets that should have been impaired, assets that were damaged and should have been scrapped. So there was we couldn't, and due to this, we audit on a sample basis. So with identifying those inconsistencies in the conditions of assets, we as the auditors also were not in a position to determine the full amount of the misstatement. And Ezemvelo is quite large. The locations are throughout the province. So it really is a large exercise to go through. And, if the management does not start that exercise of assessing the assets at the beginning of the financial year, by the time you get to the end of the financial year, it's really unlikely that they would have an accurate assessment of the assets. So one of the root causes for this was that when management received the qualified opinion in 22-23, there was a delay or a slow response in terms of addressing that qualification, in terms of implementing their action plan. So when they did start very late, it was not enough time to really complete that exercise before the financial statements were submitted for audit. So I am aware that management have appointed consultants to assist them with this. But again, those consultants were appointed really at the tail end with not much that could be done at that stage. And then with regard to the irregular expenditure, there it's a case of management really needing to go back and see how they've designed the process such that, because the first prize is to not have irregular expenditure at all. So there should be prevention. But then if you're not preventing it, you should have a mechanism in place to detect where the irregular expenditure has occurred. And that's the issue there, where they have not prevented it. They're failing to detect it for disclosure in the financial statements. And again, because we audit on a sample basis, there was irregular expenditure identified in the sample. We as the auditors are not able to determine the full extent of what that irregular expenditure actually should be, because management would need to go back to the entire population and then do that calculation. Then if we look at the going concern, so the financial statements are, of course, prepared on the going concern basis of accounting, but we're just highlighting that, the ratios in terms of the financial statements are not looking good. And one of the main reasons why it is prepared on a going concern basis is that they receive the subsidy from the controlling department. So creditors' payment period is late, and that is one of the reasons would be due to cash flow and cash management issues. If we look at revenue, so this is one of the entities that does actually generate revenue, because tourists would be staying at the Hluhluwe and Mfolozi Park as an example. And you will see that there was a material non-compliance on revenue management, and that was with regard to the collection of revenue. We noted there were some instances where guests were allowed to leave without settling their accounts and that sort of thing. So we've notified management of that and the need to strengthen the controls in that area. Because if you look at how the system is designed, people generally actually pay upfront or on arrival for the accommodation. So the rest of the slide is just on the ratios. And then it's, the reason, so for me, the overall reason why the quality of financial reporting is in this state is because of management's inability to address the root causes in a timely manner. So I think I will proceed to the next slide, which is dealing with the performance reporting. And this was the one positive side in terms of our audit report, in that there were no material findings reported in the annual performance report, and management did fully implement our recommendations from the previous year. If we look at compliance with key legislation, there were material findings on the revenue, expenditure, and procurement, as well as quality of financial statements. So it's a stagnation in terms of non-compliance being in the audit report. And we're just zoning in more detail on the procurement and contract management. So if you see, there were actually no limitations during the audit. There were some findings on deviations, but in the current year, those were not material. So that's a slight improvement. Conflict of interest, there were findings, but not material. There were material findings when it came to competitive bidding, quotation process, and contract management. So the most material findings there is dealing with the quotes being awarded to suppliers whose tax matters had not been declared to be in order by SARS, so there was no tax clearance certificate. And then there were some goods and services with a transaction value above R1 million that were procured without inviting competitive bids. And then the largest non-compliance, if we were to look at the value, would be with regard to the extension of contracts or modification of contracts. That information was not available, so that was reported as a material non-compliance, as we couldn't determine whether those extensions were actually approved. And I think some of this these compliance findings can be prevented if management has a checklist in place that is, fully implemented. So for every procurement, before the actual supplier is contacted to say, you've got this quote or you've got this bid, that compliance checklist is completed. Then on the regular expenditure, this slide is showing the annual amounts. So if you just look at 23-24 on its own of 18 million, it is a decrease compared to the previous year of 46 million. But this slide, really, the regular expenditure, you can't really place much reliance on it because the entity was qualified on irregular expenditure for 22-23 and 23-24. So what I'm saying to you is in 22-23, it's not actually 46 million because we qualified on it. And also in 23-24, it's not actually 18 million because we qualified on it. And that was management's estimate, what management disclosed in the financial statements. And the irregular is as a result of a breach of the 5 pillars of procurement, being the pillars of equitable, fair, cost-effective, transparent, and competitive. So we found there were also expired contracts and payments made in excess of the contract values, as well as a deviation not approved. And that was with regard to the 18 million that management disclosed in the current year. If you look at fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there was none disclosed in the previous year and none identified. But in the current year, they had identified 321,000 Rand. And that was with regard to interest as well as legal fees on a claim relating to the loss of livestock at the Hluhluwe Mfolozi Park. Then on the consequences management, here we're looking at the closing balance of irregular expenditure. And if you look at 23-24, the closing balance is 321.7 million Rand. And that also would be not an accurate reflection due to the qualification, but the best estimate of management. And the regular expenditure is not fully dealt with. There are, however, there's a portion, so there's the category that is investigated and awaiting condonement, and that was 131 million. So consequence management processes are being implemented in terms of disciplinary processes with officials, and they are expecting to complete this condonement application by the end of this month. Then there was also irregular expenditure identified through a forensic investigation that was completed in March 2024, and the amount was 165 million. And that includes current and prior years. And management is in the process of implementing consequence management through the recommendations of that report, which includes opening criminal cases, blacklisting of suppliers, and suspension or disciplinary action of certain officials. Then with regard to the investigations in progress, there was a 22-23 amount amounting to approximately 20 million that was in progress at year end. And then there's an amount of 3.8 million that is not yet investigated, and that is because it's current year irregular expenditure identified by management. So what happens is in the year that it's identified, because you only identify it in that year and there's processes that you need to follow, it's only in the following year that you start dealing with that irregular expenditure. Then when we look at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we didn't have any material audit findings regarding that. So the closing balance is then 478,000, and it relates to current and prior year amounts, but it was all discovered in the current year, and hence that investigation has not yet taken place. The material irregularities, no material irregularity was identified as at the date of the audit report. Then if we look at the strategic focus areas, the performance against the target, there was just one key indicator where we found that the reported achievement was not in accordance with the plan. So they only achieved 15 out of 20 planned environmental research projects. But overall, there was no significant misalignment with the budget that was identified. So no audit finding here. This is just information that we're sharing. And the overall message, if we look at the root cause, really is the insufficient controls over the asset management and the irregular expenditure and SCM processes, and it's ineffective monitoring on compliance. So I think what would be good is to request the audit action plan to track the implementation, and that will assist in holding the relevant officials accountable, and then as well as advocating for the completion of compliance checklists to ensure that all legislative requirements and internal controls are addressed. That brings me to the end of Ezemvelo. I am going to hand over to my colleague Martin, who will go through the Ithala slides.
Ms. Howard, I'm sorry, I'm going to change my initial position on this. I think there's a lot to address under Ezemvelo. For me, it's really, really, really concerning. I don't know why my camera's not coming up on the screen. Anyway, I just want to ask a quick question, and then I'm going to actually open this up to members to ask questions now, because I think this can get lost on us if we don't deal with it right now. My main concern is that I just do not understand how So Howard, you're saying that this is a, if you can just go back to your presentation, please. Can we just put that back up? If you can just go back up to the top. So if you can go back, yeah, okay. Just go one further back, please. Slide 3, I think it is. Okay. So here you basically, no. Okay, we're all over the place now. Slide 3, please. 3. Slide 3. No, good heavens. Sorry, who's controlling this? Can we just go to slide 3? No, not 36, 3.
Sorry, Chair, is it the slide on the audit outcome?
Yes, it's the slide on the audit outcome, yes. So, look, what I'm really concerned about is that effectively you're telling us, and this is really a question to you as the AGSA. I think that, and I felt this yesterday not yesterday, on Tuesday, with our previous engagement with agriculture, is you're being very lenient, and I don't know if this is shared by the members, but effectively you're giving this entity a qualified report, but you're then proceeding to explain to us that it seems that, and if you could just go down to the culture, which I don't know which slide that was, I think it's slide 6. Yeah, you speak to, under current culture, the entity is a stable board of directors and audit committee. But then you go on to explain that you cannot express an opinion on irregular expenditure, on asset management, on contract management, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because you are saying that these are estimates that have been given to you. So my question is why on earth is this not an adverse opinion or a disclaimer? Because from my experience, this level of really serious non-compliance and effectively using consultants to help the audit committee, I don't understand how the audit committee can be stable but need consultants to help them. The audit committee is supposed to have the necessary expertise and knowledge and resources to do the work themselves. Why on earth do they need consultants to help them do their work? And I just don't understand why on earth this entity is being given just a qualified opinion and not, frankly, a disclaimer or an adverse opinion. Can you just give us some sense of why you're being so generous with this entity? I just do not understand that.
Thank you, Chair. Probably I may have said the incorrect sentence. So there were no consultants assisting the audit committee. What I was just saying there is that management appointed consultants to assist them to deal with the property, plant and equipment qualification.
Sorry, Ms. Howard, that's exactly the same thing. You're saying that this entity required consultants to assist them with doing their core function.
Yes.
Now, surely as the AGSA, when you hear that, and when you have told us again and again, and please, I'm not having a go at you personally, but I'm just saying there's something amiss here when all of this is going wrong and you're giving them such a generous audit opinion, when you effectively are telling us that we can't, as the AGSA, we cannot tell you how much the irregular expenditure is. We can't really comment definitively on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Normally, that is you effectively saying the material misstatements in the financial reporting. Normally, that's a disclaimer. Just so, and the whole idea of that is, just from my experience, is that then everybody understands exactly where we are. It doesn't mean we must throw our hands up. It means we must roll our sleeves up and do some work and get the thing fixed. But to to kind of give them the pat on the back and say, you're not that bad. In actual fact, from what you're telling us, this entity is all over the place. I'm just trying to get a sense of that as to why the AGSA has been so generous to this entity. I may be out of line here, and maybe more experienced members of the committee can correct me, but I just feel that there's something seriously wrong here.
Chair, so let me maybe go back to what the definition of a disclaimer is. So we issue a disclaimer audit opinion in instances where there are no records. There is just nothing. You can't make head or tail of anything. So with the regular expenditure, there are actually records, but management did not go through everything to quantify it. And when we selected a sample, we could see, no, there's records here showing that the figure should be higher than 18 million. And what I'm saying is, it's, as the auditors, we can't go through the whole population for management and say, as an example, that perhaps 100 million is the correct figure. So we're saying there are records for the 18 million that they've disclosed, but there should actually be more than that. If there was perhaps no records at all, then it would be a disclaimer. Then when you get an adverse opinion, adverse is also when you have a number of items in the financial statements that are qualified. Similarly with the disclaimer, it's really a laundry list of balances in the financial statements that are qualified. As an example, it could be 6 or 7 material balances. In this instance, it is 2 balances, and there are records available. The complication when it comes to the assets is it's really the impairment calculation that management did not do correctly. So it's, again, information is there, but it's not dealt with correctly. And so that's why it falls under the definition of a qualified audit opinion. And a qualified audit opinion is really a bad audit opinion to have, because generally, just in terms of auditing generally, if a misstatement is identified, generally management would be able to go back and do a correction and go to the population. But because of the nature of the misstatement identified, it was not something that management could go through during the audit process. So management needs to implement controls throughout the financial period and checks and balances to make sure that everything's in order. Because as the auditors, once we issue the communication of audit finding, there's only around 3 days that they get to respond, because our expectation is that all those checks and balances have already taken place before they submit the information to us for audit. I'm not sure if I've answered.
What I'd like to just do is just open up to the committee if the members have any questions for clarity at this point, because I don't want to control the show. I have a number of questions, which I will ask after I give the committee an opportunity. Members, is there anything that you'd like to raise at this point before we move on?
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you very much. If I could just ask the Auditor General the following. I've been a member of this committee for quite a while. These issues has been long-standing issues actually over many years. And as is clearly stated, it is a management problem. Management don't do proper oversight. Management implement action plans, but is then very, very slow and giving effect to it. Don't have basics like checklist to see if compliance at least exists or not, and so forth. How do we change this? How do we turn a ship around? It's not enough just to say you must have a turnaround plan and. If we see year in and year out the same non-compliance, that effectively, if I look at it, I have a serious concern regarding the entity being viable in the future. It's running at a loss. There is no money to fill up that loss. So how do we change this? I mean, we can't have business as usual with action plans and that type of thing, and then at the end they don't do anything and we just at square one. So I would really like to know, how do we change this? Do we privatize it? What do we do? Thank you, Chief. Hello, is everybody still there?
Yes, you are here.
Yeah.
My apologies, I was muted.
We are here.
Honorable Magubane, please proceed. My apologies.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just listened on the presentation of Ms. Howard. I just having some few questions or maybe clarity where we can get a bit of an understanding according to the presentation that she has tabled. One, it's based or on the outcome of the audit that is specifically coming from the failure to manage some processes. To mention what she has said, there's some extension of contracts or the modification of contracts which no proper processes or procedures followed. Maybe if she can put us on the light as to what type of contracts or the modification was done on which contracts or what activities or what was happening on those issues she was talking or relying to. And then the second one is that the statements were not in good quality, or the financial statements were not in good quality. So she also mentioned that in terms of operations, like when the tourists are arriving, some they pay as they arrive. That was the procedures that she was trying to put us a light on. Is there no system that is being applied, or is there no system that is being followed when it comes to the handling of whatever revenue that is coming in, maybe through tourists or whatsoever? Is there no proper formal process or way of operating that is being or that is supposed to be followed whenever any transaction is happening in the sector? Because I believe that anywhere where there is finance or anywhere where there is a transaction that is going to happen, there should be some proper operational standard that it's happening. That is it's a way of working in a sector. Either you receive cash or it's a transaction or whatsoever, but where there is money, maybe there should be a procedural standards that are being followed in whatever transaction that is happening. What if we can get a light on that as to what she was referring to? The last one the payment periods that are off to 94 days from even the previous ones were not good. They were like 87 days, the payment periods to the suppliers or to the debts. What is the reason exactly the payment period is within, or it's later to 94 days? What are the main reasons there? Because obviously, whenever you skip a payment period with 30 days, automatically you will receive penalties. And then if now it's 30 days times 3, obviously, then you're going straight to fruitless expenditure. You automatically on that trap. So what exactly causes this? Because I believe the sector does have revenue, does have a way of making money. I believe as well they do get some funding from the department. So what is the root cause of these issues of 94 days payment? Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Matlopa, please.
Yes,
Thank
Chair.
you, Honorable Magubani and Honorable Matlopa next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We welcome the presentation by Auditor General of South Africa. And we appreciate and we understand that the presentation that is done by Auditor General is to share with us the state of the department, in the financials, how they deal with the issue of financials, how do they comply with the legislations of the land. Chair, I was having a concern. I think you have raised this thing. My concern was in regard to the issue of the consultants. Really, it's really unacceptable. You know, we are saying this particular entity does not have a budget constraint, but only to find that instead of them doing the job, now they appoint consultant. I think this is a concern that we can raise, but I think the Auditor General, when he's giving the report, is just giving like it's something that is like normal, the way one sees it. To us as a public representative, the issue of the consultant is a concern, and the government has taken a decision that the usage of the consultant must be reduced and only be used where the expertise in the entity or department, they don't have that particular thing. But I think it's one of the things, Honorable Chair, that we need to ask to the department itself, because all these things that appears here, you know, it's only that the definition of the adverse is not what we think this particular audit should be, because when we look as the members, really this particular entity is doing nothing. You know, you can't have increasing irregular expenditure. Also, they repeat everything, and we are told that when there is a recommendation from the Auditor General, they don't implement that particular recommendation. So I think, Honorable Chair, most of the thing I heard my colleague, Honorable Makobane, asking the Auditor General, most of the things that he is asking, it's something that we need to ask in the department per se, because the Auditor General is alerting us on the areas that we need to raise the question to the department rather than questioning the Auditor General directly. But even myself, Honorable Chair, this particular report to us really is unacceptable. That the department, the entity is doing such a bad work. I don't know whether it is because there were no senior managers owing to these amalgamations that were supposed to be done, and then there was a hold in regards to the employing. the senior management waiting this amalgamation of the entities. Maybe they will explain to us what is the problem going forward, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. I think you have raised the questions that really pertain to our concern as a committee. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. Are there any other questions, members, before I hand back to AGSA to respond? Okay, there don't appear to be any. AGSA, Ms. Howard, would you like to just respond to those questions, and then we'll move on to it. Now, I do have some other questions, but I might actually reserve them for the entity themselves.
Thank you, Chair. So the question with regard to how do they turn it around, it's year in, year out. You know, that's a difficult one because, you know, as auditors, we focus on the controls, and if the controls aren't effective, then it's probably not going to have the required result. But I do believe that there should be consequences management, and perhaps you know, the leadership can deliberate on what's the best way to turn the place around, but there needs to be consequences management. In terms of the contract management finding, there were some contracts that they extended or they renewed, and it wasn't done in accordance with the SCM policy and procedures. And it was contracts totaling approximately 30 million. Most of their contracts are to do with cleaning and that sort of thing. Then with regard to the ratios, so that 94 days is merely a calculation done on the financial statements at year end, which shows that it's 94 days. And there were some cash flow challenges, and that's why the number would come as 94 and not the norm of 30. And I think management can also shed more insight on if there were any other reasons for that. With regard to revenue, there is, of course, a revenue process, but the controls there are lacking. So if you look at the normal process, someone they do the booking online, you're meant to pay online. And they even have a control. If I use the Hluhluwe Game Reserve as an example, when you leave, because it depends on like which camp, when you leave the camp to come to the gate, if you're at Hilltop Camp, I think it's like a 45-minute drive, you know, from the accommodation to the gate. And they do have radios there at the security. So before you leave, security checks the boot of your vehicle, and they have that radio. So one of the controls is at that stage. They should also perhaps check, has this person paid? They're supposed to have a document that is stamped exit. And if they're not in possession of that document, then it means the person has not paid. So it's really to enforce the controls that happen. I did go to that location in particular and saw some of the controls, but it must be the inconsistent application of the controls that is resulting in this non-compliance. So they really need to start taking control implementation and monitoring thereof more seriously, or be more strict on that. I think I have, if you can just indicate, Chair, if there are any follow-ups, but I have addressed the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Members, Magubane and de Klerk and Matlopa, are you happy with those answers? Before we move on, obviously we'll have an opportunity to engage directly with the entity shortly.
I'm happy, Chair.
All right, I'm not seeing any objections. Yes, Mr. Honourable Magubane.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think Ms. Howard has given us a light so that you can be prepared to check with the sector itself as to what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, can we now go back to the presentation and go through the Ithala presentation?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to yourself and to the honourable members. By way of introduction, my name is Martin Coates. I'm a senior manager within the KZN business unit for the AG. I look after the Department of Economic Development, as well as some of the entities within the portfolio, including Ithala Soc Ltd. So if I can just ask my colleague to share, otherwise maybe I'll just share the screen from my end, just so that I can control the presentation. I hope, Chair, please let me know if you can't see the slides.
We can see it. Yeah, please continue.
No, thank you, Chair. I think the format follows similar to the presentation beforehand, and I will take the time to go and unpack some of the issues facing Ithala Soc after our current year audit as well. Just looking back in terms of the prior year recommendations, these two findings on compliance were raised in the prior year audit and reflected a material non-compliance on the preparation of a shareholders' compact, which Ithala Soc was required to complete. It did not complete it on time. That has been implemented. That recommendation to ensure that that is done timeously was implemented. So we saw no longer a repeat in terms of that material non-compliance. In terms of supply chain management, in the prior years, it has been an issue, a recurring theme, where they have incurred non-compliance with the regular expenditure prevention because of ineffective contract management processes. And I'll come a bit more to that because it talks to the existing levels of irregular expenditure not investigated. So maybe just to explain a bit further, in terms of the regular expenditure, as you allude to this, is that as you incur the non-compliance in supply chain management, your regular expenditure balance that needs investigation continues to grow. And then you're required to implement consequence management to reduce or to effectively deal with that closing balance or accumulated irregular expenditure so that it can be condoned by the necessary treasury and effectively written off.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Coates. I do see the hand up of Honourable Matlopa. Is that a legacy hand, Honourable Matlopa, or do you have a question?
I'm sorry, Chair, it's a legacy hand.
Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. Sorry, Mr. Coates, please continue.
No problem. So in terms of that, you'll see that this has resulted in a problem with consequence management because of the historic issues with irregular expenditure. So we'll come into more detail, but I just thought to raise that because as you have these issues with irregular expenditure and they try to address that and reduce it, you still have the consequence management you need to implement. So that's been a new issue that's come up. In terms of these audit outcomes, essentially there's three parts of the audit that we perform. It's the financial statements, annual performance report, where we just look at the what we believe is the key performance area of all of the areas of the performance report, and then the different pieces of legislation that fall under these areas shown on the screen. So we've talked to the prior year material non-compliance, and then in the current year, Ithala Soc had a material non-compliance with consequence management. They did have an unqualified audit opinion, and there were no findings on the annual performance report. Now, having said that, we'll come to some of the other compliance areas which were not in scope, which are a significant concern, and talk to the going concern issue. The going concern issue is included in our audit report, I'm just checking if it's the next slide. No, it is included in our audit report, and it details there some of the reasons. It doesn't impact the opinion, but it could impact the opinion if the entity is no longer a going concern. But I'll come to that. But effectively, it means that there was an unqualified opinion. In terms of the current culture, I think having noted the previous question, the culture doesn't encapsulate all of the challenges essentially that Ithala Soc finds itself in, but it's maybe just to talk to the fact that there has been improvement in terms of stability over the last 3 years, in terms of capacitation of the board of directors and the audit committee. Now, the board of directors would need to be appointed or approved by the Prudential Authority. So they did achieve that and had a stable board of directors in terms of governance. Although having said that, the CFO was appointed potentially 2 years ago. The CEO has been in place, and there has been some turnover in terms of some of the key positions, like your chief risk officer. But I think that's just to say that there is overall no significant concerns with the governance of the entity. The root causes and recommendations is really a summary of all of the slides, and we'll talk to the 3 main areas of concern for Ithala Soc. Is in root causes, and it's unpacked in the later slides and then repeated in the conclusion of the slides. But effectively, it's to do with investigations of irregular expenditure, which I've mentioned, and the slow response by management to address that backlog. And secondly, it's the non-compliance with provisions of the Banks Act and the FASE Act, which we'll come to in a moment. And I think that needs a separate emphasis, because while these acts were not in the scope of our audit, we are required to raise non-compliance, which we did in our management reporting. In terms of unsupported software and delayed projects, we'll also talk to that, but that talks to the fact that there is some legacy IT systems that Ithala Soc still uses, and it is moving to upgraded systems. However, there is not a sort of quick project. It's a significant project and is taking time to implement. And while it's being implemented, we did raise concerns around the firewall network and the controls around IT security in our reports to management. In terms of recommendations, this will talk to the root causes and how to turn these around, which I'll go into at the end. I think is just to maybe close off on that. We'll come back to that. Now, in terms of Ithala Soc, when you look at the quality of financial statements, we didn't have any material errors, unlike with Conservation Fund. The quality of the financial statements we audited, and Chair, just to note that because of the technical skills required on the audit, we worked together with a private audit firm to audit the banking sections of the Ithala Soc. So we do have we make sure that we have the requisite skills and experience to audit the banking sections, and our audit team is based in Johannesburg, and we're involved in this entity, which is obviously based in Durban. So that's just to say we have adopted that model for the past few years, and the quality has generally improved. I think there was some misstatements maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and with the CFO who's been in the finance team for a number of years, the quality has been nothing of concern. Having said that, we do raise the issue of going concern, and part of our requirements is to assess whether the entity is a going concern. Why that impacts the financial reporting, Chair, is if the entity is not a going concern, if we conclude that, then that changes the basis for the values that are presented. Effectively, you can no longer assume that the assets are going to be realized over the course of the next few years. You have to then adjust those numbers to apply almost haircuts or an extra forced sale prices and that kind of thing. So there's a significant impact if the entity is not a going concern on the financial statements. The issue with Ithala Soc is that because it's been subject to an exemption notice, note it's never had a banking license. It has always had the uncertainty of being subject to an exemption to the Banks Act, which has always had a maturity date and had to be renewed. So this going concern emphasis has always plagued and has always been included in the audit report. This is the first year we've ended where there's actually been no exemption notice in place, which indicates that the Prudential Authority is no longer willing to give it that exemption. And that's because of the Ithala Soc not meeting the requirements of the last exemption notice conditions and based on correspondence from the Prudential Authority. So it currently is not operating with an exemption notice or a banking license. On top of that, it has also had its fiscal license suspended.
Hey, Mr. Coates.
Yes, Chair.
Could you just, I think it'll be important for the committee to understand why the exemption notice was withdrawn in December 2023. What were the conditions that were not complied with? That would be helpful to start there, just because this is going to speak to a big part of our inquiry today. Are you aware of those conditions or not? Or should we ask the Ithala that themselves?
Chair, I am aware of them. In my recollection, there was one main condition that wasn't addressed in terms of the exemption notice. In terms of that, there were quite a few conditions, such as to have a board of directors in place, to have a capitalization ratio, and these ratios were included on its target in terms of its annual performance report. So if you look at some of the targets on the annual performance report, you'll see that they are not achieved. So they were financial related conditions, mostly. The one that was not met, that was of significance, was the condition to recapitalize or to obtain a guarantee or capitalization from its parent entity to support the entity or to provide that assurance that in the event of challenges or problems with its capitalization, it would have a guarantee that would cover its deposit book, which is at about 2 billion. It's only historically ever had a 300 million guarantee, which it wasn't sufficient from a Prudential Authority perspective. So there was a sort of condition talking to the financial support that wasn't met. Okay, I'm happy to
expand. Please continue. Could you just take us through that previous slide, 23? Can you just carry on down there about the going concern?
Okay, in terms of the fiscal license, there were concerns by the FSCA around the solvency of Ithala Soc, and that talks to some of the ratios that were submitted, talking to working or liquidity, should I say, rather than solvency, because Ithala Soc is solvent. Liquidity is always an issue for a bank because you have these short-term deposits which can be basically called back by the depositors. Then you have these long-term assets which are not really there in an ordinary business as usual situation, readily available to pay back the depositors. So you never want the scenario where there's depositors who all want their money back at any one moment, and that's a problem for any bank. I think the issue of the FSCA was that the calculations that were provided were not acceptable and were not above the threshold that the FSCA was comfortable with. But there has been a bit of back and forth over the interpretation of this over the last couple of years. The FISC had raised other concerns in the past, but that suspension came through at the end of July. And what that effectively means for Ithala Soc is that it cannot continue with its insurance business, where it allows insurance products to be added to its banking products. So that business effectively is suspended, leaving really just its home loan business that it's allowed to continue in terms of the Act, in terms of its existing legislation. But not also, as I think we'll come to shortly, Chair, is the problems with the deposits and what the Prudential Authority had to say, which I think I can maybe refer to now while we're on the subject. The other non-compliance in terms of the Banks Act was based on, maybe it'll help just to go to that slide, because I think on the bottom right of the slide talks to the conditions of the exemption notice. So that requirement to secure an irrevocable unconditional guarantee amounting to 75 cents to the rand of deposited funds wasn't met. And that was part of the exemption notice requirements. I've just talked to that based on your question. Obviously, they've got 2 billion worth of deposits, or a capital injection of 250 million, and that was not fulfilled. Then post the 15th of December, you have a new environment where it's no longer subject to the exemption notice, where it effectively needs to repay back its depositors. In that, we found in our audit work, there were instances that evidence that the entity continued to provide more loans and continued with its deposit-taking activities in contravention of the directives of the Prudential Authority. The entity can probably give you more of an explanation about why they continue to do that. We understand that there was continued, obviously, the court cases that are continuing and persisting around this matter. The court case regarding the deposits, so it is quite complicated, Chair, but I think the entity can give you a summary of the status, the latest status. But effectively, they have a repayment administrator now operating. And from an audit perspective, this we had to consider in terms of our going concern assessment. And we, as auditors, we need to stick to what's within the scope of the audit, Chair. So I don't think I'm going to go into more of the sort of the current circumstances and the back and forth in too much detail, because I think that would be more efficient for the entity to give you that sense. But obviously our concern is that the outcome of the court cases will give clear direction on the future of the entity in terms of the powers of the repayment administrator to take control of the assets of Ithala Soc and effectively use them to pay back the depositors. So that is our understanding of the current approach of the repayment administrator. But we are not obviously up to date in terms of the court cases, which have continued post the year end. It was a highly judgmental decision, and we did obtain technical input from an AG perspective to make sure that we were comfortable that it was still a going concern, given the court cases and the uncertainty. Also to say that there was evidence of support from the parent.
Mr. Coates, before we get off this, the audit firm that you used, based in Joburg, was that the firm Grant Thornton? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that Grant Thornton, that firm obviously provided you with an audit report on which you base your findings, and that the Prudential Authority subsequent to that, Grant Thornton also worked with the Prudential Authority, and there was a discussion about the report that they submitted to yourselves and various material inaccuracies were found, and that Grant Thornton then changed their opinion or changed their report, but the eventual outcome of those findings after correction are not reflected in your opinion. Are you aware of all of that?
Chair, we are aware that SNG Grant Thornton were doing some work for the Prudential Authority around the loan book. We weren't aware of the details or the procedures they performed. There was a separate engagement team. This was raised to us before they commenced with the work by the Prudential Authority. We went through the various channels in terms of making sure that independence was still intact and there wasn't any issue with sort of the communication between or within SNG. So we were comfortable in terms of continuing with that separate engagement team. So it was a completely separate engagement. It had a different set of procedures. We don't have any sight of the report because that was only for the Prudential Authority. So we haven't received that communication from any sort of comments on that separate report from the Prudential Authority. Yeah.
And have you, as the AGSA, consulted with the repayment administrator appointed by the Prudential Authority in terms of your opinion?
Yes, we did have a meeting with the repayment administrator, and they did provide us with correspondence. We also provided them with some information. So there was communication with the repayment administrator. So yeah, no, there was.
Okay, please proceed. We'll come back to the issue later. Thanks.
No problem. So, Chair, I think in terms of the performance planning, there was no issues in terms of the accuracy of with respect to the performance reports before or after the audit. So it leads itself to good quality of the performance reporting. Having said that, there were quite a few indicators that were not achieved, which we'll elaborate further down. I think we've talked to this slide, Chair. I think just to say that the continued finding on consequence management, we found insufficient audit evidence to confirm that actions were taken against the officials responsible for irregular expenditure as required by the PFMA. So this was because investigations were not performed. In respect of irregular expenditure, this slide shows the annual irregular expenditure. It does show a fairly good picture in terms of the reduction of the irregular expenditure over the various years. And I think the takeaway from this is the main reason for the irregular expenditure occurring was because of extension to contracts or continued extension to contracts or use of service providers beyond the contract expiry. So you have a situation where it's fine as long as you extend the contract before the end of the contract. But in terms of the finding, if you continue to make payments post expiry of a contract without having a valid contract in place, that will result in non-compliance with the contract management requirements. And then that's been the major issue plaguing the entity. It has improved and reduced it. Some of the reasons for the continuing irregular expenditure based on discussions with the entity was because there were no other service providers to provide that service. However, that doesn't explain why these contracts were not extended prior to the expiry. So that was just a controlled breakdown and resulted in irregular expenditure, which caused the non-compliances in previous years. In the current year, you do have some continuation because you have multi-year contracts So the remaining irregular expenditure is because once you have a contract that's expired and you try to put it back in place, that contract still remains irregular for the duration of its term as an irregular contract. So these contracts are now should not continue. It should not continue in terms of going forward. So I think that's just to say there has been improvement in that control. In terms of fruitless and wasteful, Chair, nothing to add. So I'll skip to consequence management. In terms of this, you can see here the picture that I alluded to earlier, is to say that the closing balance of irregular expenditure would need to be investigated in order for it to reduce in the financial statements. We had no issues with completeness of irregular expenditure, so the entity was detecting its irregular expenditure appropriately. However, it wasn't dealing with the investigations timeously, and those investigations that were in progress were not being finalized in good time. So you have effectively within the consequence management sphere at Ithala, you've got the internal audit unit that would commence with the investigation or analysis of the irregular expenditure, and they would effectively find the root cause and propose changes to controls policies, and also identify those officials that were responsible. The Financial Misconduct Committee is then mandated to actually effectively give the almost the consequences on the official that, or the root cause, or person responsible for the irregular expenditure. They did have a Financial Misconduct Committee in place, which wasn't the case in previous years. However, the backlog meant that the internal audit unit could not deal with the actually commencing with the irregular expenditure and to start investigating it. They were still dealing with some old cases from previous years and not dealing with the most recent cases. And so this finding, Chair, will come up if there is no investigation within 12 months of the irregular expenditure being incurred. So if the irregular expenditure was incurred in 22-23, as the AG, we would come back and check that there has been an investigation, or the investigation has commenced in 23-24 relating to that irregular expenditure, and none of that irregular expenditure had commenced in terms of investigation. So that's why we say there's 107 million here that has not been dealt with at the time of our audit. There were no MIs identified in terms of Ithala Soc, so there's nothing really to add in this case. In terms of the performance against targets, you'll see here in terms of their targets, they had some plans to submit a registration as a bank. They also were looking to become a clearing participant, Chair, which is another major requirement. In the past, it had been using ABSA as a sponsor, and that target was not met. The secure extension of the bank sponsorship was in progress, but we concluded it was not met in terms of this indicator. Obviously, you have the capital injection and guarantees, which I've talked to previously. It did get its annual allocation in terms of the amount around 51 million from its Ithala Development Finance, its parent, but not the requirement there. And the other indicators, Chair, talk to some of the financial ratios. Ithala Soc is loss-making and has never made a profit, I think, in the years that I've been involved. And that has in the past been also a condition of the exemption notice for it to achieve profitability. It has not met. So the entity can also provide reasons operationally why these indicators were not met. but we just highlight these in our audit report, so we would include this table in our audit report. Chair, the overall message to yourselves as the committee is to come back to the earlier slide, is to say that there's three main areas that are of concern to us. These are the investigations into irregular expenditure, the non-compliance with provisions of the Banks Act and the FASE Act, and then the unsupported software and delayed projects, which exposes it to risks of cyber attacks. So in terms of the way forward and the request from the executive authority is to ensure that there is implementation of these recommendations to improve its investigation and timing thereof, capacitate, if required, the internal audit unit, to prioritise those investigations, to make sure that it continues to develops a compliance monitoring framework, ensuring that the board is held accountable for maintaining compliance and preventing possible penalties, training programs for internal audit and relevant staff to build capacity, as well as monitoring progress of the IT upgrades, which is critical in terms of ensuring the security of its systems, which basically look after its loan and deposit taking activities. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. I certainly do have one or two questions, but I will open up to the committee first to see if they have any areas they would like to traverse before we come to my questions.
Yes, Chair, I've got a question.
Honourable de Klerk, yeah, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. My issue is regarding the going concern. The Ithala is a going concern. We all know how helpful Ithala is, and its existence is important. But we're dealing with the issue about the exemption from 2001. It's about 13, 14 years. And through that period, Ithala could never comply. It went backwards every time until we get to the position we are now, where there is no license for it to actually be a bank, and thus cannot loan out money because he doesn't comply with the solvency requirements that is necessary. And then also the fact that there is no sponsor, because ABSA is not a sponsor anymore. Now, all the problems that the entity has, we can take note of it. But am I totally wrong when I say it is a pie-in-the-sky dream that Ithala will become a bank, a full-fledged bank that can deal with its mandate? It couldn't do it in 14 years. How is it going to do it now? Knowing that there is I think a 92 million net loss, they can't actually do business really at the moment. How on earth will they be able to do that? No plan really can change that in such a short notice. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable de Klerk. Honourable Magubane.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I don't have much, but I think that according to the report that has been tabled, we do have right management somehow currently under Ithala. Because I only noted that the only issue is investigations that are not done in time. That causes them to have a red light when it comes to some other findings. I just noted that that's the only issue. So if they can only fix that part, and then many of their reports, they're showing a positive sign that in terms of administration, they are keeping it or on the right channel. But obviously, when you're operating on a situation whereby you've got an issue of a license, obviously you're going to be defocused and you won't have full concentration on what exactly you need to put your mind on the targets, because the issue of their registration obviously is going to be a concern even to them when they're doing their job. So I believe that the areas they need to correct are easily for them to correct, or where they need to up a standard, it's easy for them to come up with those strategies. But you will try and have strategies, but the mere fact is that you don't have a license to operate. So that's an issue at hand with Ithala. But with the report that I've seen here, because I've been looking at the presentation, that most of the areas where administration needs to make sure that they do their job, they do that. So obviously the matter that is at hand, it's for them to be able to operate fully as a bank, and then maybe they can up their strategies so that they can make profit. You know, the issue of the softwares and the IT and the issue of marketing strategies, with what the report shows, it tells us that we do have management that can come up with good strategies so that they can make profit as our bank, because Ithala is ours as KZN. And I believe that, Honorable Chair, you can agree with me that besides we see the picture of them not being able to make profit, or not being able to look to have a picture of being a sustainable sector, but we can agree that they will make it if they also get the support so that they can be licensed. That's a picture that I've only saw, that the issue of the license, because even let's take it to ourselves, that if you don't have a license to operate in whatever you're doing, first thing that's gonna be affected, it's your operations itself, and you being defocused. You won't concentrate, because there is a main issue that you have at hand, that you don't have a license to, and then so you can't even move freely to whatever that you need to do. I think they just deserve our support in whatever way we can have. But I think in terms of management, they are capable enough to get into a right stage. I do have trust with what the report has been tabled. Let's not look much on the numbers of them not making the profit, but let's look at on the main factor, that if you don't have a license, how you can be able to move any direction. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you, Honourable Magubane. Are there any other questions to Mr. Coates? Okay, no, right. Mr. Coates, yeah, the questions I have tie in to a certain extent with Honourable de Klerk and Honourable Magubane's questions. Oh, sorry, I have Honourable Khadebe who's got a question. Please, Honourable Khadebe, go.
Thank Thank you, Chairperson. I also like to follow the cue on Makubane's input about Ithala Bank. I think, Honorable Chairperson, Ithala Bank, as a South African financial institution, primarily focused on servicing the needs of the people of KwaZulu-Natal region. But now Ithala has faced challenges in obtaining a banking license in a competitive environment characterized by oligopolies. Oligopolies, I think they occur when a few firms dominate a market, which can lead to barriers, Chairperson, for new entrants like Ithala Bank. I also think, Chairperson, in South Africa, a few large banks control a significant portion of the banking sector. This concentration can create substantial barriers for smaller banks or new banks, as established players benefit from brand recognition. I think we have to, I also want to follow the cue, Honorable Makubane, that we need to assist Ithala Bank so that Ithala Bank is and gain momentum to assist the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate that input. Are there any other questions, members? Okay, if there are no other questions, if you could just take down your hand, please, so that I don't get confused there. Thank you. No problem. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Coast, just my question that I want to put to you, as I said, ties in with Honourable Magubane and Honourable Khadebe, Honourable de Klerk, is about the issue of and in fact, let me preface my statements by saying the following, that I fully agree with Honourable Khadebe and Honourable Magubane, and I'm sure to a certain extent Honourable de Klerk, that we're all very concerned about Ithala. We're all very concerned that Ithala continues to provide the excellent and assistance that it has to the residents of KZN. However, the Prudential Authority is there for a reason. The Prudential Authority is there primarily for the reason of protecting depositors. Because whilst we would all like to see Ithala operating as a bank, as a new entrant, as Honourable Khadebe says, to the market, we always have to make sure that the rights of the depositors are, and the interests, the financial interests of the depositors are protected. We don't want to see another situation like we saw with the VBS Bank, where there's a collapse of the bank, and then many residents of KZN are left in the lurch. So whilst we agree that there should be new entrants allowed into the banking sector, the Prudential Authority is there for the reason to make sure that if you put your money with that bank, your money is safe and secure. And that primarily is the issue here. So the issue, before we actually chat to the bank themselves, which we will in due course, the issue that we need to just traverse with the Auditor General is their opinion. And the issues that I specifically want to raise is the issue of it being a going concern, because, and also the solvency of the bank. Because you must always remember that the Auditor General's opinions carry a lot of weight, and that weight can be used in court proceedings. And so therefore the Auditor General report has to be very well considered and take into account all factors. And I'm just concerned that the following factors may not have been taken into account with the AG's report. And that's why I just want to raise these issues and just get a response. Effectively, at the moment, there are about 2.6 billion rand in deposits held by Ithala Bank. Okay, and I'm not entirely sure how many of that amount has been taken since the exemption expired on 15 December. But that is a large indebtedness that the that Ithala has, and it has a limited liquidity with a significant percentage of its assets committed to long-term loans, which puts it in a position where if there were let's call it a run on the bank, there would be a concern that whether or not Ithala would be in a position to actually repay the depositors, which I'm assuming is the exact reason why the Prudential Authority appointed a repayment administrator. Because my background before I came into politics is forensic financial investigations, and I did a fair amount of work with the Reserve Bank on Ponzi schemes and that sort of thing. And that's exactly why the Prudential Authority normally appoints an administrator of whatever sort to actually preserve the interests of the depositors. So I'm concerned that when we look at 2.6 billion, and then the fact that the bank is not allowed to has not been allowed to take deposits since December 2023, and the fact that its FSB license has been cancelled or suspended, I think it's cancelled, then we have a serious problem with whether or not this is a going concern, and the argument that in actual fact the bank is actually technically and legally insolvent because of what's outstanding right now and its ability to actually repay that amount right now, because that is normally, and then Mr. Coach, you will correct me if I'm wrong, that's normally the standard for insolvency. If you cannot pay your debts right now, if you're asked to do that, then you're technically insolvent. And so I just really want to get a response from that, and just also to ask the AG, given the fact that their opinion carries such a lot of weight, were all those factors taken into account when it decided to make an opinion that the bank is solvent and is still a going concern? So those are my concerns. If you could just respond to that, please, Mr. Coates. Thanks a lot.
No, thank you, Chair. I think, I think maybe first to start from an audit perspective, because I think there's some comments there that around the solvency that I think that Ithala can talk to in terms of those kinds of risks. But I think in terms of the going concern, I'll start there because this was one of the key risks for our audit. Even before we started the audit, knowing that there was this no exemption of the license in place. So in terms of the consultations, there was a rigorous approach in terms of internal consultations, understanding from the entity. Certainly, if you look at the future of the entity, there's definitely a significant uncertainty. So there's different types of, in terms of going concern, where you land in terms of the final conclusion. But I think the confusion is that one of the things that we have to be limited to is the time horizon, and maybe just to assist, because in terms of the requirements of the going concern auditing standards, we are only required to make an assessment for 12 months following the sign-off of the audit report. So you're limited to 12 months from the sign-off of the audit. Okay. Now, having said that, that doesn't sort of resolve it, because you do still have that uncertainty. But at least you are saying that you're putting a sort of fine line in terms of how far forward you're looking. Secondly, you have to look at the plans that management have in place, and their intention at that point in time was to continue to push for the entity's existence. You had the court cases which added to the uncertainty. So we could not opine on in terms of the outcome of that court case, and our opinion is based on the position at a certain point in time. This does require a significant amount of audit judgment, Chair, because you do have one perspective that says clearly they cannot operate without the support of the Prudential Authority. I don't think that's what our audit report is saying. We are placing a significant uncertainty regarding it. And certainly, Chair, just to add that because we do an audit on an annual basis, there's still we will reassess the going concern basis in the next audit, which will commence in January for the year ended March 2025, and assess whether the entity is a going concern at that point again. So certainly in the next year, there's a much more heightened risk that the entity will also be subject to that high level of uncertainty, with a view that if we do not have evidence that their plans can assist the entity in going forward, they're not realistic, then that could also sway the conclusion in terms of reaching an adverse opinion on the audit report. But Chair, this was subject to a lot of technical input, and there's a lot of sort of internal representations and evidence that we needed to look at. You have to consider the time it takes for court cases to unfold, how quickly those assets would, how they would, how the forecast, how realistic the forecast was based on the fact that they had to suspend their business. So there's a lot of factors, Chair. So we're happy to give a bit more detail on that if needed. It's just difficult in this call to go through every single, but it is subject to significant audit judgment in terms of the standards. Also, because it's a government entity, Chair, you have a different kind of situation where you have the continued support of government, at least in the annual contributions, unlike a private entity, which, if a private entity was in a similar situation, it would be a different, it would be very different. We have a similar case with our municipalities are running unfunded budgets. We don't qualify them because they don't recover all of their funds. So that's just not really to compare apples with apples, but just to say that it must be considered that this entity has some support from its parent entity, and we await the outcome of those court cases as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coates. I think you've covered the issues. Members, we are in a bit of a time. We've run a bit over our time. I'm aware that the MEC has to go to another meeting and is requested to be released as soon as possible. I was going to just allow everybody to have a 5-minute comfort break because we've been going for about 2 hours now. But if the MEC would like to give us comments now, and then before we take the responses from the presentations from the heads of the two entities, then we can take a quick 5-minute comfort break. Unless the MEC is happy with that 5-minute comfort break now, and then we'll take we'll take the remarks straight after that. MEC, are you on the call? Pablo, can you assist in this regard? Do you know if the MEC is on the call?
Good day, Chair. He's not in the call.
He's not on the call. All right. Okay. I do understand the MEC had another meeting, another engagement. So if the MEC does join later, we can include. But I think everybody, it's now 3 minutes past 11 by the time on my laptop. So can we just say that we'll reconvene at 10 past 11, and that will keep us relatively on track. I'm sorry, I think it was important to have a proper engagement with the AGSA on these two entities. So let's at 10 o'clock reconvene, and then we'll go straight into, so that you can prepare yourselves, straight into the presentations by the first by Ezemvelo and then Ithala, and then we should be able to wind up hopefully by about 1 o'clock or so. Mr. Coates, you have your hand up.
No, thank you, Honourable Chair. I just wanted to check if you would like the AG to stay on in the meeting.
I would like you to stay on the meeting,
Okay.
if you don't mind, if you are able to, just to answer any questions if they come up during the course of the engagement, if that's okay.
Noted. No, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank. We walk a path with the AG, and we like to collaborate. So it's good to have you here if we're unsure of something. Thanks a lot. All right, everybody. I think we can just stay logged in. Maybe just turn our cameras that are off, and then let's reconvene. And it's now 6 minutes. So at 10 past 11, let's reconvene. Thank you very much.
Working with your department and also provincial MSME summit, where we continue that one in preparation for the national one that we are conducting. Good.
Okay. Right, members, back from a quick break. I know it was very short. Thank you very much for your continued attendance. Okay, we're now going to go to the entities. So the way this works now is that we will ask the relevant, I believe the HOD of ETIA is with us, and then obviously the head of the entity, the accounting officer of the entity. So in the absence of the MEC, I will allow the HOD to make some opening remarks, whatever they may be.
The problem statement is that
Members, can we please
the MEC
mute?
is here. The MEC
Is
is
the
here.
MEC there?
Thank,
Oh,
thank
wonderful.
you.
All right. So what we will do is we'll now go to remarks by the MEC. MEC, I thank you for your patience. I know we're running a bit over time, but we really had to have a proper engagement with the AGSA before we came to the responses. So I do appreciate your patience and you giving us your very valuable time today. And we do understand that you would need to go straight after this. So we now welcome your remarks, MEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, for your kind words, and greetings to all members of the committee, the honorable members. I would like to make an opening statement, and therefore the other officials of ETIA can remain on the platform to tackle the whatever questions that the committee would have. Going straight to my brief statement, Honorable Chairperson, we want to start by thanking the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Mr. Ntuli, for bestowing on us the responsibility to lead a department that is not only critical for turning the economic fortunes of this province, but is an engine that should drive prosperity. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the unwavering support and oversight provided by Scopa. Your commitment to ensuring transparency and accountability within the government machinery is invaluable, and it has played a vital role in guiding our efforts towards achieving clean audits. Today, Chairperson, I wish to highlight an important development regarding Ithala Soc Ltd. As you know, Ithala Soc Ltd is a critical pillar in our province's economic development framework. In partnership with the Provincial Executive Council, we have initiated a high-level mechanism in cooperation with the Minister of Finance in order to address the challenges faced by Ithala Soc Ltd and in order to reposition it for long-term sustainability and success. In addition to the Minister of Finance, we are also acting in collaboration with our own MEC for Finance in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. As pointed out, we are working closely with the Minister of Finance in these discussions, and our efforts are focused on three key objectives. Firstly, we aim to ensure that Ithala is fully compliant with the legislative and governance prescripts for banking institutions. This is essential not only to maintain regulatory standards, but also to protect the integrity of the financial services that Ithala offers to the public. Secondly, we are striving to move Ithala to a position where it can secure its own banking license. Achieving this milestone will greatly enhance Ithala's capacity to expand its services and, more importantly, to contribute meaningfully to the economic empowerment of the communities it serves. Thirdly, We are exploring potential alliances with a suitable partner. Such an alliance would serve to cover Ithala's day-to-day operations and enable it to meet the rigorous demands of operating within the banking sector. As we work towards these goals, we remain committed to ensuring that all actions are taken guided by sound governance principles. Consequence management, as previously discussed, remains a priority for both our staff and the public entities under our care. We are determined to ensure that any misconduct is addressed decisively, safeguarding the integrity of our institutions. In addition, I want to emphasize the significant progress made regarding consequence management for both our staff and the public entities we oversee. We have instituted clear measures to address any deviations from ethical and financial standards. Accountability is at the core of our governance approach, and we are dedicated to ensuring that any misconduct is swiftly dealt with. This reinforces our commitment to upholding the principles of integrity and responsibility at every level of the department. It is also important, Chairperson, to acknowledge the challenges we face regarding the limited resources at our disposal. Despite these constraints, we have remained steadfast in our mission to use the resources available to us in the most efficient and effective manner possible. Our objective is to ensure that every rand spent is directed towards fostering sustainable growth, improving service delivery, and uplifting communities we serve. Our commitment to clean governance is unwavering. We believe that this is not merely a compliance issue, but a core value that defines how we conduct ourselves in service to the public. It is only through rigorous governance practices and sound financial management that we can build trust with the public and ensure long-term success for our department and the entities under our stewardship. Once again, Chairperson, I would like to thank Scopa for its guidance and continued oversight. Together, we are making significant progress towards creating a transparent, accountable, and results-driven public sector. Before I close my remarks, I noted the presentations by the representative of the AG office with regards to Ezemvelo and the issues that came out of that report. All I can say at this stage is that we are committed to assist Ezemvelo to be fully compliant so that it satisfies the rigorous expectations of your committee, sir. When I came to this department, I realized that Ezemvelo had somehow been treated as a stepchild of the department, and it is my commitment that this shall no longer be the case. When it comes to Ithala, I also noted the remarks made by the representatives of the AG's office. Notwithstanding the observations in that report, we are of the view that it is still possible to turn around Ithala and make it successful in spite of all the difficult problems that currently face us at this point in time. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee.
MEC Zondi, thank you very, very much for your input. It's greatly appreciated. I can assure you that we share your heartfelt feelings about both entities, that we would like to see them flourish and like to see them be on a solid, good governance platform. And I can assure you that Scopa, whilst we are robust and rigorous in our inquiries, we also are committed to walking the path with these entities. And so we will, in no doubt, request that they report to Scopa on a regular basis. And if they do not, I know I can rely on your wholehearted support in making sure that they do. And so hopefully we can walk the path together to get both of these entities back to the position they should be, to the benefit of the residents of our amazing province. But thank you, MEC, for that input. It is very well received, and we look forward to cooperating with you in the future.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, for your gracious words. If you could excuse me at this point in time, I would appreciate, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members.
Absolutely, MEC Zondi, please, and good luck with your further deliberations for today. Thank you. All right, members, we are now going to go to, if you could just bring up the agenda, let's just bring up the agenda again. I have that now on my screen. Okay, so our procedure now is that we're going to take representations from, I think, first of all, the HOD of EDTIA, and then proceed on to the head of the Ezemvelo entity. So if we could just ask the HOD and whoever's going to speak for Ezemvelo just to take the affirmation. If you don't have it in front of you, effectively it is just that you put your camera on, please, and you just warrant to the committee that whatever you're going to tell us is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, either as in the way of an affirmation or as a way of an oath. So if I could just ask if we start that process with the HOD and then the relevant person from Ezemvelo, the relevant persons who are going to report, and then we can get into the any remarks that you have. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members present. I just want to affirm that what I'm going to say here is the truth and the only truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. And then whoever's going to speak for Ezemvelo specifically.
Greetings, Chairperson and the members in the meeting. I, Sihle Mkhize, the CEO of Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, affirm to tell the truth, the only truth, so help me God. My CFO, who's going to, acting CFO, Ibrahim Mola, is going to also make an oath. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, honourable members. I swear to say the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, are we done with the oaths from... Right, okay, I think we are. All right then, HOD, would you like to lead us off in your remarks? HOD, can you just confirm, have you been part of the entire process today, or have you only just recently come in?
No, Honourable Chair, I only joined, I think, around 10:30 because that's what I was advised to do.
Is that the case for the Ezemvelo representatives as well?
Yes, Honourable Chairperson, we're advised to join at 10:30, and that's when we joined. Can I also indicate, Chairperson, that I'm also joined by the Chairperson of the board, Ms. Mamlita Johnson, and some other board members for your information. Thank you.
That's fantastic. I think what we could just do now quickly is if you could just, the HOD and sorry, Sihle, I didn't catch your surname. I do apologize. My apology, Mr. Mula, have introduced themselves and taken the oath. But maybe if the other representatives can just introduce themselves quickly, just by turning their cameras on and just telling us who they are. Ms. Johnson and others, just for Ezemvelo at the moment, just so we we have that on record. Thank you. You may do it in whichever order you like.
Greetings, Chairperson, and honorable members of the committee, and all officials from both Ithala and Ezemvelo. I'm the chairperson of Ezemvelo, Lydia Johnson. We came in the office 2022 in June. I'm accompanied by some members of the board. Mr. Ithala, I hope it is in, who is the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee. Mr. Naidu also was invited, the chairperson of Commercial Services. Ms. Banda, the chairperson of Finance and Governance. Nkosi Kolo was also invited, the chairperson of Operations and Community Affairs, and Dr. Kunta, the chairperson of HR and IT. Those are the members of the board which are heading various committees of the board. And I think we appreciate the invitation so that we can be able to get the full information as matters are discussed. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate that. All right, HOD, back to you. You may start. The reason I raised the issue about how long you've been on the call, especially if you heard any questions that we posed in the first round, if you did, please, if you could include those questions or response to those questions in your presentation now. But if you didn't, that's fine. Then we'll get to the questions later. But maybe if any of the Ithala representatives are here, they can also just remember when we get to you, just to respond to some of those questions. Okay, so let's just start with the HOD of Ithala. Please proceed with your report. And would you mind just putting your camera on for the while you're giving your report? Thanks a lot.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. From our side, we do not have a presentation per se, because we advise that only the presentations that come from the entities that will be presented today. The department received a clean audit, and we do not have issues for presentation. Safe to say, we're here to support both Ithala as well as the Ezemvelo. Of course, we well aware of what is really happening with the two institutions. I can report that Ezemvelo, we are doing our support in terms of some of the challenges that are facing. We have been supporting them in terms of making sure that their governance systems, and especially some of the challenges that they are facing, we have been involved in making sure that the fencing problem that they have been having around adjacent communities, that has been resolved. However, there is a need for them to be funded for some of the projects, especially to ensure that the surrounding communities, they do get opportunities. We have provided them an amount of 5 million rand to make sure that they create jobs within the vicinity through the township and rural economy revitalization strategy. So that we can actually present to the committee at the next time if we are requested to do so. But that's also a report that will be presenting to the Environment Affairs Portfolio Committee. On the issues of audit, we are working with Treasury to support them. But what we have since done is to second a colleague who is an HR specialist to support the institution. She's there just to make sure that there's stability, and there are other colleagues that we may second to them as the need is needed. The third point that we want to raise is the issue of the merger of Ezemvelo and the Shark Sport. That issue, the bill has since been finalized, but is yet to be processed by the executive, which the matter will also go to the legislature for further processing. We are very much advanced, but we have been requested by the Portfolio Committee to first present and update them on the bill that will then be submitted to the legislature with regard to the new entity that would be established. And we are supporting the rationalization process, as it were, for both entities, especially the placement of staff, and make sure that we have got people who are fit for purpose. So that's what actually we will be doing to make sure that we have got a stable organization to support biodiversity economy, because for us it's very important that biodiversity economy it's enhanced. Also talk to their role in terms of the economy of the province. As maybe the members are aware that we have got an airport that we have just built at Mkuze, and that airport is meant to support the wildlife economy in that particular area. And there is a strategy that we're working on together with Ezemvelo to make sure that all those facilities there are able to be provided support and are able to trade and make sure that whatever they have, they've got that support. So we, as Ezemvelo, as far as concerned, I think they're on the right track. We had a visit by the Deputy Minister of the FFE, where we came just during the Rhino Wild Day, and the colleagues did make presentations, and the Deputy Minister did commit support to the Ezemvelo, especially their facilities that they're dilapidating, and we have to make sure that they get funding. So we'll be having an engagement with the DG at a national level to make sure that the requisite support is provided. So we'll provide that update report to the committee after we have met with the FFE through our processes. The issue of Ithala, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, it's a matter that we know one has been close to it around the issues of their licensing and compliance. And I think the MEC has already addressed that particular matter to the committee. We are all equally concerned because it services the ordinary people, both in the villages and the townships. And later I will be meeting one of the senior colleagues within Treasury to make sure that we zoom in to the real issue. Because what I've raised with my colleagues at our level is for them to be very specific in terms of what are the real issues that we need to deal with. If we are able to meet those, the matter will be resolved. The issue of funding, it is a problem, and I think Treasury is well aware of it. And our view is that we will need Treasury nationally to assist us when it comes to the commitment of approximately 300 or 2.8 billion rather. So that's a separate issue that we need to deal with. But the guarantee we had already set aside for us to support Ithala. So the issue of license is the matter that needs to be resolved. The issue of the repayment administrator, which was raised, the colleagues have raised the matter about the decision making when it comes to the use of finances and the payment of debts. We've raised it with the Deputy Minister when I met him to say at least let the management be allowed to do its work, because if that is not done, it becomes a problem. We are expected to transfer money from our side to Ithala Soc, but if money is not going to be used for its intended purpose, it's going to be very difficult for me to account for the monies that have been transferred to them. So it's a matter that we are dealing with, and we expect that the Treasury will help us working with the PA to ensure that at least they're able to meet their obligations at this point in time. Because if decisions are taken by the repayment administrator, I can't hold him accountable, but the money would have been gone. So what we're managing that, and our agreement with the Ithala Soc is that we will transfer our money to Ithala IDFC instead, so that they can be able to do what they're supposed to do. Because when it goes to Ithala Soc, no one is able to take responsibility, and the repayment administrator only reports to the Register of Bank, not to ourselves. So it's a matter that I thought I should raise with this committee, because it's an important issue that the colleagues have raised with us. So, but we are attending to it, and hopefully later today I'll get a sense from the colleagues from Treasury after our meeting as to how do we move forward while the principals are managing the same matter at a senior level with the minister concerned. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
Thank you, HOD. That's greatly appreciated. If we can now just go on to who's going to speak first on Ezemvelo. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chairperson. My surname is Mkize. It's Mkize. Let's welcome this opportunity to come before the committee and account accordingly for the audit opinion that we've received. I must indicate that as the entity, we are dismayed about the audit outcome, and we are working around the corner to turn around the situation. What is making us particularly dismayed is that the board that is before you and the management, we've been brought in to try and turn around the situation. We've put in quite a number of interventions to do so. But we are confident that with the audit turnaround strategy that we will be presenting today, we will be able to turn around the corner. With this strategy, we are supported by the Provincial Treasury, the Shareholder Department, ATIA, and AG has also assisted us in terms of pointing some guidance. I must indicate before I hand over to Mr. Mola that most of the issues that are affecting Ezemvelo are historical issues that have not been dealt with for quite a number of time. But there are key interventions that have been done for the assurance of this committee. We have managed, with the support of the MEC, to stabilize the governance. We have managed to stabilize the management. All these key positions at management are now on a full-time basis. People are not acting. We have been able to deal with the issue of rhino poaching, the dangerous animal escapes, improving the relations with the communities as part of the interventions that have happened. Can I request Mr. Muller to take us through our audit action plan, and then we'll entertain the questions afterwards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Yeah, that's fine. Is that the presentation that we were sent as a committee? Is that the report that you're going to go through?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. If I can share the presentation.
Yes, if you have the rights, yeah, thank you.
Can I confirm that the presentation can be seen?
Yes, it is up on the screen. Thank you very much. You may proceed. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Just waiting for it to load. So this is the presentation from Ezemvelo Wildlife on the AGSA audit outcomes for the 2023-24 financial year. In terms of the audit turnaround strategy, just as a starting and a background to it, the focus of the plan is to clear the qualification issues, and combined with that is all the findings relating to that AG have raised. This is in the detailed turnaround strategy that has been presented and provided as part of the annexure to the submissions that have been made to Scopa. The plan has been vetted by AG, and they have also provided their comments. Provincial Treasury have also commented on the action plan, and we are grateful to Provincial Treasury. They have provided a team to support the entity in clearing the qualification, especially with regards to assets. I will get to the detail on that in terms of the presentation. ETIA also as a supporting entity, we're part of it in the formulation, implementation, and oversight of this plan. So they are also hands-on in assisting us, as the HOD has indicated. And then the board, through the Audit and Risk Committee and the Finance and Governance Committee, are also tracking the implementation of this plan as we go through the process on a quarterly basis. In terms of background, in terms of Ezemvelo assets, property, plant, and equipment, we manage assets around 55,000 assets with an acquisition cost of 1.9 billion and a carrying value of 531.7 million. And this is spread across 120 protected areas in KZN. So it's just to identify the number of assets and how much we are managing. The diversity of assets include land, infrastructure, and specialized equipment. And this has also led to the challenges in managing up-to-date and accurate asset data, which has contributed to the audit qualification. One of the other issues historically that has led to this was system inefficiency and the understaffing. The asset manager position was vacant for over 2 years and was only filled in the 1st of March 2024, being this year. We had someone acting for 2 or 3 years prior to that. The absence of the leadership also has led to inconsistent oversight over the asset verification processes, where we relied heavily on budget holders for their input. With the task of rectifying the assets relating to the impairments and condition of assets, as mentioned earlier, we are being assisted by a team from Provincial Treasury. They have provided us with 4 to 5 staff members that are on site almost permanently to assist us in terms of the process, to assist and verify the assets and go through the various processes that are required to clear the qualification and findings that have been raised by the Auditor General. Just as one of the main points that was raised by AG that resulted in the qualification was the values linked to the assets that we have in our books. So in some of the cases, the condition of the assets were highlighted as good, yet they were poor, or they were poor, but the conditional assessment indicated as good, and the values linked to them were not appropriate to the value and the condition of the assets that were out in the field. So this is one of the main exercises that we are carrying out. We have now prepared an identification document to be used by everyone, and the asset verification is being conducted by internal staff with the assistance of Provincial Treasury. The second qualification related to irregular expenditure. With this, Provincial Treasury have seconded an SEM staff member to head our SEM department. Our SEM manager resigned at the end of July, towards the end of the audit. And that position was vacant. Together with the SEM manager resigning, the procurement manager, the one below the SEM manager, also resigned. So this has left a gap and a vacuum that needs to be filled. Whilst we're going through the process to fill these positions, Provincial Treasury have seconded someone to head our SEM department till the end of December. One of our sister entities as well has assisted us by providing us a warm body to assist us till the end of December as well. And part of the process with Provincial Treasury colleagues and the other seconded colleagues is also to ensure there's a transfer of skills that takes place to our internal staff. I'm getting into the actual qualification items. The actual qualification for property, plant and equipment goes as the group did not recognize all items of property, plant and equipment in accordance with SA standards of CRAP 17 PPE. The group recognized damaged assets in the fixed asset register, and useful lives of assets were not reviewed at the end of the reporting period. In addition, the group did not recognize impairments in accordance with GRAP 21, impairment of non-cash generating assets, as impairment was recognized on assets with no impairment indicators, and there were inconsistencies in the application of the impairment methodology. So as mentioned earlier, one of the main issues relating to the assets was the value and the conditional assessment of the assets, which then impacted, and the knock-on effect was then the value of the assets that this is then disclosed in the asset register was not accurate. So that's the major finding in relation to the assets. In terms of the audit improvement plan at a high level, as a start, there's an asset data cleansing exercise being done. So it's a review and cleansing of the entire asset register to ensure that all details are captured per assets in terms of locations, conditions, descriptions. We've had some reports done by a consultant in the prior year. Some reports were also done by Provincial Treasury. It's a matter of bringing all these reports into one place and having a complete asset register. The finalizing of this complete consolidated register is in the 15th of October, and we are towards the back end of this progress. We will then conduct physical verifications across all the areas for the assets. And the main criteria in terms of these verifications is to locate all assets and verify their conditions, which was one of the major findings, and then identifying redundant and scrapped assets, and we will then have to dispose of those before the end of the financial year. On the 15th of September, we started these verifications. As mentioned earlier, the assets are across the province of KZN and they vary vastly in various locations. So we're conducting this right till the end of Feb 2025. We're starting with the high value sites, the risk areas, the areas where we've got lots of infrastructure, especially in terms of the condition of those buildings. And we'll work our way through the entire asset register as we get through the process. In terms of the issue relating to the impairment, we have now established clear impairment indicators, and we have developed a standardized impairment review process to be utilized during the verification process to ensure consistency across all the results and across the verification of all our assets. In terms of the verification exercise as well, we will then be reassessing the useful life of assets, and this will be done whilst the asset verification process is in progress. It should also be noted that linked to our budget constraints and the limitation of budgets that we do have, sometimes as much as you want to replace assets, you're in a situation where you're now forced to still keep the asset. So that's one of the major issues that we also have, because there's not much value left in an asset, but because we don't have the funds to replace the asset, we continue using the assets in their current conditions, because there's just not enough funding to replace all the assets that we have. The next step of the process as we're going through the verification is then to review and update the asset management policy, which is very critical. So that's to be aligned to the impairment indicators and the verification process that we are conducting in terms of all the assets. So the policy is then directly linked to what we are doing out in the ground. This will then be reassessed and then get through to the board to approve in terms of any changes that will be made to the current policy that we have. Lastly, once everything is done, it will then be part of reviewing the depreciation of SAP. We will do this in October and then every month thereafter as we go through the process to ensure that the depreciation is then captured correctly. We have had some issues with the system in terms of the calculation of SAP, but we are looking into that and we'll manage that as we go through month on month with the assets. But the finalization of the entire calculation will be done once we're done with the exercise and we're closing off the asset register for the year. In a nutshell, that's the plan. To assess all the assets and try and clear the asset qualifications. The details of each of these linked to each of the findings is in the audit strategy, turnaround strategy that has been provided. In terms of the assistance that we are receiving from Provincial Treasury, which we are very grateful for, they are providing asset management support to the entity. That's a direct support from them. We have attached as an extra B their plan, which is linked to our audit plan for assets. So as we go through each step, they have a step that they're also then conducting and going through what we are doing. So in terms of their plan, they will be focusing on the following: the physical asset verification training, which they have already done with our staff, and it's also their staff that are part of the process. So we'll have combined teams going out. The review of the asset management policies and standard operating procedures, which they are working on. And as indicated before, this will be done in conjunction with the asset verification process that we are conducting. Review of the opening balances and adjustments for 2024, for which the audit qualification arose. High-level review of the fixed asset register. So as we're going through the register and we're doing this consolidation as the first step, they are part of that process and they're walking the path with us. Review of depreciation and amortization, asset disposals, physical verification of the assets. So they combined with our teams is a team from Provincial Treasury that's going out and doing these verifications. Work in progress assets, those assets that are work in progress to be identified and confirmed as such. Asset additions and monthly reconciliations. And then as a whole and in total, it's the audit support that they will be providing. So they will be here till the end of the financial year and probably to assist with any issues that the AG may have once we have concluded the process. That relates to the qualification for property, plant and equipment. With regards to irregular expenditure, at a higher level, or the qualification was as a result of irregular expenditure incurred during the current financial year. Under audit and related information on irregular expenditure was not included in the notes to the financial statements as required by Section 55(2)(b)(1) of the PFMA, and expenditure was incurred in contravention of the supply chain management requirements, resulting in irregular expenditure. I was unable to determine the full extent of the irregular expenditure disclosed in Note 29 to the consolidated and separate financial statements. The main issue AG had here was as a start, the opening balance, there were issues in the prior year with irregular expenditure. So they've highlighted that opening balance was still not complete and they were not satisfied with that. And there were certain instances of irregular expenditure that was picked up during the current year process. So as a result of us aiming to clear these issues, we've split this into three priorities or three steps with regards to irregular expenditure. The first step is to review and complete irregular expenditure disclosure. Starting with, we will be reviewing the completeness of disclosure of AG identified irregular expenditure in 22-23 and 23-24. So as a start, it will be identifying all the findings that AG have raised to ensure that all those are included in our irregular expenditure for the prior for 22-23, which was the year prior to the last year audited, and the last audited year being 23-24. The next step would then be to assess all the contract files for any undisclosed irregular expenditure as a result of non-compliance identified in the audits of 22-23 and 23-24. So any findings from number one, where we have similar findings or the same supplier, we'll then be going through their files to see if there are any other irregular expenditure that AG may not have raised that we have not picked up, to ensure that we disclose all as such. Once that exercise is done for the 2 years, we'll then adjust the irregular expenditure disclosure note to ensure that it's then accurate and complete for 22-23 and then the 23-24 financial year. This exercise is currently in progress, and we're anticipating this to be done by the end of November 2024. The next step, once we've done the first step, would be to reduce Ezemvelo irregular expenditure balance. That's now going through the condonation progress. So as step one is to review the irregular expenditure transactions to determine the relevant condonation authority, be it the board, provincial treasury, or national treasury. This will be in line with the regulations that we then have to adhere to. And then once we identify those, we'll then be preparing the submissions to get through the condonation process. Part of this process is then where step 3 comes in, is establishing of the loss control committee for assessment and determination of the irregular expenditure. And then linked to that is also the consequence management and identification for value for money, etc., that will then be done in accordance to the items that have been raised as irregular expenditure. What's not here is in the step thereafter is to ensure that there are controls and procedures in place and the relevant checklists. This is all in the detailed turnaround strategy, which we are now implementing to ensure that as we go through each tender process or each quotation, these checklists are then adhered to ensure that there are there's no non-compliance that takes place with regards to any of the expenditure that we are then incurring. The last timeline being the end of the financial year. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of the presentation. Attached to the presentation was the detailed audit turnaround strategy, which then covers all the findings that have been raised by AG with the detailed interventions for each line item, and then the timelines linked to that, together with the support from provincial treasury, which we then have their timelines and how they will then assess each step of the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Muller. Is anybody else from your team going to make any representations before we go to questions?
I think at this point, Chair, I think that'll be it, and then we'll take questions from there. Thank you.
Okay, I'll hand it now over to the members if there are any questions.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Mr. de Klerk. Sorry, Honourable de Klerk. Please go for it.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, thank you for the report. Thank you for the turnaround plan. But I'm still extremely worried. Because of the historical nature of the problem with the assets and stuff. This is stuff that's been going on for years and years. And Ezemvelo has been really in a pickle for years and in a difficult position. According to the Auditor General, one of the problems is management that is slow in rolling out and giving effect to turnaround plans and the advices given by the Auditor General. Now, if that is the case, whatever is said today, unfortunately, does not have a lot of weight. It can be the best plan in the world. If management is slow in giving an effect to the plan, we will get nowhere. One of the issues that the Auditor General raised is that there is not proper consequence management regarding compliance. So what can the entity, how will the entity answer me in calming my worries? What will make this year different from the past 10 years? Every year, Ezemvelo comes, says, here is a turnaround plan. We've now stabilized. We are now going to change things. But when the audit comes, the same problems prevail. I do not see anything in the plan how the entity is going to deal with this management problem. And it's even practically happened where they rolled out slow regarding the assets, the plan, and because of them being late, I tried to then bring in independent people to come and assist, and that didn't work. So I would imagine that was a fruitless expenditure. I am asking if next time or in the next financial year, the same problems exist, who is going to take responsibility? Who will then say, sorry, we accept the management has not complied, we were too slow, and we will resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable de Klerk. You certainly laid down a marker there, and I must just say your institutional knowledge, having been a previous Scopa member, is very helpful to the committee, because obviously you've seen this before, so you can guide a lot of us who are new to this particular KZN Scopa committee. So thank you for that input. Other members? Questions? I see no other hands. Oh, there we go. Honourable Noble.
Greetings to, thank you, Chair. Greetings to honourable members and all the head of department that we have today. Mine is not much, but
You've seen that as a plan.
But I would only like to welcome all the reports that we had today, and I would like to say to the HOD of Etia that I truly welcome his efforts. That what he said today about them trying to help out with Ithala Soc, and that they have they will provide the HR team to go that side and help out with their issues. So with that, we would like to say that thank you very much for their good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Noble. The next hand I think I have is, let me just check. Yes, Honourable Magubani. And then Honourable Banpukash. Magubani, I see your hand still there. Please continue.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to the members that have just joined us from the two entities, Ithala and Ezemvelo. My questions are going to be around Ezemvelo, most of them. But maybe let me start with Ithala. We've saw the report.
Sorry, Honourable Magubani, can we just confine ourselves to Ezemvelo for the moment? And then we're going to, after that, get a response to our previous interaction on Ithala from the Ithala entity, and then you can ask questions on that if that's okay.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Muller. You have tabled the action plans or around how you're going to be managing or trying to do an action or on how to monitor the assets, both that are of no use and the ones that are still on the condition of being in use. and also make sure that the files are up to date. So if I may ask on that part, what type of assets maybe you relating to, especially when you talk about the ones that are of no use, and the ones that are still being in operation. Maybe if we can get a picture there, because I'm new on this committee. So when you speak about your entity, I just follow up on what is written on the reports, maybe, but I don't have clear insights on what you're speaking of, so that we can also get a picture as to what you're relating to. I also just got a question as well around as to, was there no system that was used before to monitor the assets? Because I so believe that when you're speaking about the assets in a workplace, it's tools that are being used in daily operations, and of which there should be a department or a sector that is looking after those assets daily or in certain intervals, to ensure that they are not stolen, to ensure that they are not a danger, maybe whenever being used for operations, to ensure that they are still in a condition to be used in a sector. So were there no operational standards that is being followed before to ensure that we've got a clear, updated filing system around the issue of assets? Maybe that can be my first question. And then my second question, going to be followed by the third one, is that on the AG's report, it was indicated that the statements were not in good quality, the financial statements. Some of the aspects that were revolving that, it was that the processes on the revenue part, there are no proper processes that are being followed whenever any transactions or when some transactions are done. For the instance, whenever there are some bookings that are taking place, that's a daily operational standards. Whenever there are some bookings, somehow, somewhere, there were no proper procedures followed to ensure that the revenue is properly received and is cleared, and it shows on the statements. So there were issues around that. So my question on that is that, what processes do you have that are in place in terms of what steps do you follow in transactions in your places where you receive the tourist, and what kind of steps do you follow in processing or all those things that will involve money and that? And then another one was around the payment periods that were going to 94 days, that in previous term was in 87 days. What might be the issues that causes that? And then another thing that appeared on the AG's report is that there were some extension of contracts or modification of contracts with no proper steps being followed. Were there steps that were supposed to be followed that were in place, or it's a matter of a person or the manager or the head of the department that was supposed to follow those steps and did not follow those steps. So there's some of the aspects that we picked up when the AG was presenting their reports that caused the sector to receive the audit outcome that the sector has received. So around what I've said, can you give us clarity on those ones as to what was really happening, especially in terms of the extension of contracts? What contracts were those that were being extended or being modified with no proper steps being followed in that sector? And then how much amount of money was actually used or was actually being the cost of irregular expenditure when it comes to that part or to that department of SM? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Magubane. Very good questions. Smula, I just want to point out that when we ask these questions, we do want specifics. So when Honourable Magubane asks about the question of the contracts, for instance, we'd like to know which contracts they were. Give us the specifics, the name of the contractors, etc., etc. Well, this is a committee that deals in specifics. We don't need wide statements. I'm sure you will give a very good response, but just letting you know that we actually want specifics to be on record so we know what's going on. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Honourable Bankaprash, I do apologise, I've tongue-tied today.
Thank you, Chair.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the committee and everybody present. It's Banprakash, Chair.
Yes, I do.
Chair. Just a suggestion, Chair.
I have a similar difficult name.
like my previous colleague has mentioned, we've heard it all before. I just want to make a comment. Like going forward, for every finding, there should be a table showing the plan, the controls, and accountability, name-based, and timelines. Thank you, Chair.
That's a very good input. I appreciate that, Honourable Banprakash. That's very, very useful. I certainly hope that, look, we will get to that later, but certainly we're going to be walking a path with Ezemvelo. Right, then finally, the final hand I have is Honourable, I see Honourable Magabane's hand again, but can I please take Honourable Glungwana first, and then I'll come back to you, Honourable Magubane. Thank you.
I think it's an old hand, Chair. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problems. Honourable Glungwana, your hand was up. Honourable Glungwana. Okay, if Honourable Glungwana comes back in, we'll come back to him. Right, the questions I have, just a quick one, either to yourself or to Mr. Mkhize. How long have you been in place? Can you just answer that straight off?
Okay, I'll respond. I'm not sure if it's me or CEO you're asking. I'm actually
asking you both. Okay. So, Mr. Mkhize, how long have you been in charge there, and how long has Mr. Muller been?
Thank you, Chair. Myself, I started in September 2022, acting as a CEO, but I've just been recently appointed permanently this year in January 2024.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Muller?
I've been here for about 10 years, Chair, but I've been out of finance for the last year and a half or so, and I've come back again in the last month. I'm now acting CFO.
See, the reason
my position.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, I'm currently the head of commercial services, but now acting as CFO.
Okay, so you see, the reason I asked those questions for a very specific reason. We've got you there for 10 years, and we've got Mr. Mkhize there for, well, 2 years now, since 2022. So the question realistically can be asked exactly what Honourable Banprakash and what Honourable de Klerk have asked is, why haven't you made these changes before? So I really think you need to take that on board. The bottom line is you've been around for a long time, and the action plan looks great, but it's a matter of actually getting it done now. You know, I've often said in politics that often an entity or a department is rich in abundance on policies and ideas, but poverty-stricken on implementation, and that's really the problem here. Anyway, let me get into the questions I have for you that have not been covered yet. Let me just have a look here.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
My apologies. I know I've been,
okay.
Yes, I'm back here. Just before you ask your question, if I can ask my one.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, I really want to apologize. I had to drive to town now, you know, because we've been battling at home in my area with network. So I'm battling with these visual meetings. These are very important meetings. I would plead, Chair, that probably moving forward, we consider to have a physical meeting. You know,
yeah, Honourable Gongwana, you're also a chair, and you know how the legislature works. We get pushed into these slots, and then we get told that virtual is the only way. I can assure you, it's not the way I like to do things. But anyway, it is what it is.
Yes.
Please continue.
Yeah, correct. No, thank you so much, Chair. I was just raising that in passing because I want also to be effective. But today I've been in and out. My apologies for that. The question I wanted to ask, of course, is that we've been looking at at this entity, and I think I agree with you with a number of concerns and with other colleagues that they've asked. Is that, for instance, there have been, you know, in terms of filling of vacant posts, I know that there is a post of a pilot that has been vacant, or a contract has been entered for a number of years, over 10 years now, you know, being renewed on a month-to-month or on a year-to-year. You know, now, if there are proper plans, what are the plans, you know, of ensuring, because if you got too much, vacancies or positions that are not filled, it cripples the institution because there is no consistency or continuity. Now, I'm saying, what is the plan of filling vacant posts, in particular those ones that really are required, because you need a pilot. I know we have been reported a year or 2 years ago or so that there was a process that the entity had embarked on of identifying someone internally to be trained as a pilot and this and this and that. But that has taken also for too many years. And there are many people that this provincial government, young people that have been trained, that could have filled that position and be taken to be trained internally and all of that. But I'm not specifically only talking about that position. A number of others. What is the plan? Sorry about that, Chair, for disturbing you. Thank you so much.
No disturbing at all, Honourable Glungwana, and I appreciate that input. Can I ask now maybe Mr. Muller to respond to the question so far, and then I'll come in with mine. I don't want there to be too much on the table. Let's deal with that. So let's respond first of all to just to reply to you. Honourable de Klerk was asking about consequence management. Honourable Noble made a comment. Honourable Magubani asked questions about asset management, financial statements, quality of financial statements, financial processes, and contract management. Honourable Bronkhorst spoke about measurable plans that we need from you. And then Honourable Mdwana has just asked primarily about vacancies. And then can I add to Honourable Mdwana's question relating to that is, what is the intern program of the entity? What does that look like? How many interns do we have? How many intern vacancies are there? That sort of thing. Thank you very much. If you can just proceed with those answers, and then I'll come in with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, honourable members and honourable chair. I think starting with the honourable de Klerk's questions, I think one of the additions that we have in terms of the current year with the turnaround plan is we have provincial treasury directly linked to working with us in terms of the plan. So as much as it's a Ezemvelo plan, it's also linked with provincial treasury that are hands on board with us in terms of walking through, and there's regular reports that are then being provided back to the provincial treasury unit that's then overseeing what we are doing. In terms of consequence management for compliance, with regards to the irregular expenditure, etc., as we are going through this process, there is a process for consequence management, and letters and etc. have been given to relevant staff members. Also with regards to the qualifications of the prior year, there was consequence that was looked into, and the necessary actions would have been taken in with regards to that. So there is consequence management linked to the non-compliance that is taking place. I think just one more thing on the assets and irregular expenditure. Up until the prior year, we had not been qualified. So last year was 22-23, and then 23-24 were the first years that we were qualified after many years. For some reason, the controls needed to be relooked at, but that was the years before that we had been unqualified. We had an unqualified audit opinion. With regards to Honourable Magubani's question, the type of assets that we have, as mentioned earlier, we have 55,000 assets, over 120 protected areas. So we're managing across KZN, be it commercial, conservation. So we've got various structures with regards to our resorts, and then facilities for conservation and other offices. So it's these that are then looked at in terms of the infrastructure and the value of these, and the impairment of the same. So it's these many assets that we have. So besides the infrastructure, we then have the vehicles, boats, the furniture in these resorts. So it's all those assets that we then have, which total over R1 billion in terms of cost. There are systems to monitor assets, but the biggest issue was then the condition of these assets. So the assets are there. It's just that the condition was incorrectly assessed. Also linked to the limitation of staff that we had, but now we're trying to physically verify across the board. But it was that condition that was the biggest issue that was linked to the asset qualification that we had. In terms of the extension of contracts, we can provide a detailed list, but one of the main issues that we had, as an example, was with Nomandla, a security contract that we then had. In identifying that it was then irregular, the contract was then cancelled and not renewed, and there was an investigation into that particular contract. So there was consequence that then took place with regards to that contract that was one of the major amounts with regards to irregular expenditure. I think we can then provide a detailed listing and the impact and the compliance and what has happened with other items, but a specific one and one of the major ones was the Nomandla security contract that we had for our gates at HIP. And what we've now done is we've now insourced those gates, so it's managed internally, and the contract has been cancelled. With Honourable Banpakash's question,
Mr. Muller?
Yes, sir.
I must interrupt you there. I hear that you would like to give us a report on that, and I'm relatively comfortable with that, but I just want to make sure that Honourable Magubani is happy with that, because our normal practice here is that we ask for the details here and now. If you don't have them, I suppose that's understandable to a certain extent, but if you can give us a breakdown of those, I just want to make sure that Honourable Magubani is happy to receive a report at a later stage, or if you would like to know the details of all the contracts that were problematic in terms of contract management. Honourable Magubani, are you happy to receive a report a bit later, or would you like the details now?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Mr. Muller, if we can get as well the figure. Not sure if you are still going there, if there is an irregular expenditure on a certain supplier or certain project, what it amounts to. If you're saying the Nomandla security, then that irregular expenditure, how much did it take from it was supposed to happen, as to what was the irregular amount on that one? It was providing the security, maybe on which parts of your resorts and stuff. Thanks.
Honourable Makabani, are you happy that we get a report on that, or would you like that detail now?
We can get a report, but surely Mr. Muller can have the sum of amounts because he works with that. So he should have that amount to say it was to this amount where we had an issue with that service provider. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muller. Give us the detail you can now, and then we will accept a report from you later.
Okay, so with Nomandla, it was sitting at 2.3 million. We have G4S sitting at approximately 500,000. It's a long list here. Valangelo Security 260,000. So it's irregular expenditure that was running over multiple years. So those are the amounts I can give you offhand now. But I will provide the report with the supplier's name, the transgression that they then had, and the amounts linked to those specific suppliers in terms of a detailed report. But Nomandla being one of the biggest ones was at 2.4 million, and then it adds on to the years before or prior that were also linked to that. Hence, that contract was then cancelled, and we then started insourcing what we had at the gates. If that's okay, Chair, to proceed.
That's fine. We'll get into the reports we're going to need from you later. But yes, fantastic. Thanks a lot. You see, I think what we need as a committee is just a sense and the confidence that you actually have this information at your fingertips, because that is really what is required of you. So I think you're giving us some comfort there, and we'll await your report on that. But please proceed answering the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We then have Honourable Ban Prakash's question. In terms of the detailed audit strategy, we do have names and timelines linked to that in terms of the relevant people dealing with each of the items and the findings that have come up from the Auditor General. I think in terms of the intern program, I'll request, I will get that from our HR colleagues to provide the numbers, but I think I've covered all the relevant questions up until this point, Chair.
Honourable Muller,
yeah.
Muller, I didn't hear your answer about vacancies and internship program.
I think I see the CEO handed up. I think those specific numbers will provide those numbers now.
Your signal's just. Sorry, Honourable Muller, your signal's just gone very, very bad. I don't know what happened there.
Chair, with your permission, I'm going to cover those questions. There are questions that have not been covered that I'm going to cover them.
Okay, Mr. Mkhize, thank you very much. Kabazela, please carry on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me start let me appreciate all the comments and the questions that we've received, starting by Honourable de Klerk, in terms of who is going to take responsibility for the plan. I can, as I've already taken an oath as the CEO of the organization, I take the full responsibility that the plan that we are tabling here today, it is going to be implemented. So that is my commitment that I can be held accountable for. And I've now been fully on top on a monthly basis as a CEO in terms of tracking this AG audit action plan. Also linked to that is around the issue of the proper consequence management. Chair, one of the issues that I must bring to your attention is that even for this audit outcome, because of some of the issues that have arose, and we've learned from Provincial Treasurer and the AG, we have commenced with the consequence management, at a very senior level of the organization in terms of dealing with those issues. But because that process is currently underway, I think we'll report with it as we conclude. But it's an assurance that we are on top of the consequence management for this audit and also the other prior audit in terms of what we have done. Then moving to other questions that have not been responded to was the issue around from Honorable Rungwane around let me start by addressing the critical vacancies. All the critical vacancies that have been approved by the Office of the Premier in line with the austerity measures, we have moved to fill those vacancies. We've just received an approval about a month and a half ago of about 44 posts, which we are in the process of filling. The issue of the pilot, I must indicate, as Honorable Rungwane is saying, when I came in to this institution, I was advised of the plan of replacing the pilot through the transformation process of identifying an internal person. When we scrutinized that plan together with the pilot and also the experts in the aviation industry, we realized that it's not going to work because what is required for the pilot is the minimum number of hours for you to fly. So that internal pilot, because it's currently not a pilot, it's just a drone pilot, doesn't have those hours, and it will take him a number of years to acquire those number of hours that are required. So as a result, I've now approved a plan that we go on a market to try and replace the pilot. This contract is ending early next year in 2025, where the current pilot, who's also the engineer, who's been with the organization for quite some time, will be leaving us. I'm hoping I've processed the submission to the Office of the Premier with that position to be filled through that process. But we are also augmenting that with, you will have seen that some of our contracts in aviation, we appoint companies to come with the pilots so that there is no need that we've got internal pilots with the organization. So some of our game counts helicopters are contracted companies that bring their own pilots. Then when it comes to issues of the interns, I can confirm that indeed we have various internship programs as the entity, and they run for a period of 2 years. We have, the term is 2 years, we have about 65 from Hunsebenza that is paid for by Sanpi. We have 33 that are placed with us, they are paid for by ATIA, and the 33 from the National Skills Funds, and we have 4 that we received from Isimangaliso. So those are the number of interns that we have in the organization, and they are with us for 2 years. And the plan is that we try and capacitate them with skills so that they help us in some of our functions. Chair, you asked a very pertinent question into saying, you've been with the organization for 2 years, why have you not made some of these changes? As I've alluded in my opening remarks, and also in the background slide that we presented here, that because of the number of challenges that Ezemvelo has put in place, we had to prioritize some of the things that needed to be done in the organization. And I think we've made quite good progress in that one. On these ones in particular, last year we've been presenting to Scopa, and we've been honest with them in terms of the fact that we don't have an asset manager. It was in our audit action plan last year to appoint an asset manager. But through the recruitment process, we're only able to do that in 2024. So that really affected the leadership in that regard. But But if you look at our report last year, we also had issues around the performance information, which we were able to clear with our audit action plan as we go forward. So I think with the dedicated focus now, us focusing on the consequence management and the detailed plan as per the request of Honorable Prakash, which I think if you look at the detailed action plan, it's exactly as he is requesting. We've got a table that is showing the finding, what action we're going to take, who's responsible, and the timeline. And what we've done now to enforce accountability, we are incorporated that. We've incorporated that in the performance contracts of the executives so that we deal with it decisively. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhize. It's greatly appreciated. Okay, let me just come to the issues I just want to raise quickly, and then we will just come to an agreement, and then we will move on. My apologies. When you spoke of vacancies, I just want to refer you to on slide 6, or around there in the AGSA report, the fact that there were material misstatements in the accounts, the quality of the financial accounts that Honourable Magubane referred to, and then the statement that consultants were hired to try and assist you to get your operation up to GRAP standard, the General Recognised Accounting Practice Standard. I need to ask a question about capacity. Do you not currently have the people in-house that you need to get up to GRAP standard? And is this part of the vacancy issue that needs to be addressed? If you could just answer that quickly, please.
Yes, Chair. If I can respond, I assume by slide 6 you are referring to the AG report, which I don't have, but let me respond directly to your question. Indeed, as we have stated, that we've had some capacity issues in the finance division, but on the issue of the GRAP standard with the colleagues that we have, they do understand the GRAP standard. They have gone to training to be trained on GRAP standard, but there are deficiencies that we have found, which is part of the consequence management for the senior manager in that division responsible for that to deal with that. But to augment it for this year, as I've indicated, because our former SCM who was with us has gone to provincial treasurer. That's where he got appointment. So we have gone to provincial treasurer to request for support. So we've got people who fairly understand the GRAP who are with us in the system. Mr. Muller used to work for AG himself. He fairly understands it. So sorry, Chairperson, let me also indicate that Mr. Muller is really struggling with connectivity, and he was also raising a message with me that since it's a Friday, he had to go to the mosque, but he was trying to connect. That's why he had connectivity issues as he was traveling. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I do understand that 100%, but we have you're the CEO, so you're the accounting officer, so we're happy with that. Look, the reason I raised that particular issue is it's particularly galling to taxpayers that we appoint people in an organization to do a job, and then we have to go and get consultants to help them do their job. That's got to come to an end, and I'm sure you agree with me. But it comes back to my earlier question, is how long have you been there? So, you know, if you've been there for 2 years yourself, Mr. Muller said he'd been there for 10 years and he understands GRAP practice. Why do we have this situation where we need consultants to help your entity come up to a certain standard? So I think there really needs to be a lot of introspection there. and that gets fixed. The next question I wanted to ask is, so we've got a regular expenditure historically standing at 321 million, which has not been condoned by Treasury yet. And we've got fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 478,000 Rand historically, that has also not been condoned. Now, I know that there's a condonation process, and part of that is a sense of comfort that there's been consequence management applied in relation to those two issues. So do you agree that that's where we are, that insufficient consequence management is being applied, and that's why we can't even look at condonation at this stage? Can you just answer on that, please?
Yes, Chair. Partly that's the reason, as per the report. The response from the provincial treasurer was that on some of the cases we need to apply consequence management, and that is what we've been seized with. And with the extra capacity we have now, we are ready. I think there is a plan that has been presented to resubmit those condemnation reports because of the consequence management that had been undertaken as a result of that. Chair, I also must respond to your earlier question about the consultants. The consultant was mainly to assist us because of the vastness of our asset register, was to assist us in terms of going out to the field and also making sure that they apply the correct impairment methods for those assets. That is the expertise we don't have within the institution, especially when it comes to assets such as buildings and roads. We don't have people who've got those expertise. Hence, we needed those engineers to be able to tell us if the impairment is done correctly according to those skills. Thank you.
All right, thank you. But I just want to get into what we are going to be requesting from you. If I can to the top. Look, this is other than, we'll obviously, what I would like to request is that this becomes a quarterly report to the committee. We will obviously communicate with you in writing in this regard, but just for the record, I'm just putting it out there, and I will give the other members the chance if there's anything additional that they believe should be added to these reports. But in terms of consequence management, certainly what I as chair would like to see is a detailed list of all matters that are attendant at the entity, the complaints relating to those matters, whatever it is, the charged member, the member of your staff that is facing these charges, and then what the progress is on that matter. And I would like a breakdown on each and every matter so that we can see that there is a clear plan, a clear sense of understanding of the size of the issue, who the relevant stakeholders are, who the relevant role players are, and what is happening in each and every single matter. Similarly, I think we would like to see a full asset register as soon as you can give it to us for the entity, which will give us a sense of confidence that you understand what you own, the impairments on those, the value of them, and the way that they are being handled. Similarly, a list of contractual disputes. So what Honourable Magubani raised about contractual management, every single contract where there was a problem, this may also overlap with the consequence management list, but if it doesn't, a separate list of contractual disputes, what those amounted to, where they arose, a short synopsis, and what action is being taken to resolve those issues. Then we're also going to need a list of vacancies that the department has and the plans to fill those vacancies. And then, as I say, these will be quarterly reports, so we'll be able to see from quarter to quarter how that is being addressed. And let me see what else. I think that would be it from now, and that's obviously over and above the recommendations that the AG has given us. I do see that you are working very closely with Treasury, and we've received a turnaround plan. Do you have confidence that Treasury's intervention is going to help the entity?
Yes, Chair, I have a full confidence that the intervention this year from the Provincial Treasury is going to help us to turn around. As we've indicated, we already have 5 resources who are based here at QEP, assisting us with that plan that we've given you as Annexure B. So that one, we are quite confident with it, Chair.
Has Treasury assisted you before?
Last year they did assist us, but to the limited extent. I think they only gave us 2 resources. But at this stage, the challenge was the fact that there was no internal leader in terms of the asset manager. And one of the issue, which is part of the consequence management for the senior executive, we've learned from Treasurer that some of the recommendations that they've given, they were not necessarily factored in the AFS. So that's the matter that I was saying. We've decided to institute a consequence management around it.
Okay, I do know that the MEC of Finance is particularly concerned about this entity, so I'm glad that something is happening from his side to try and assist. Members, before we move on to Ithala, are there any other than the issues that I've raised that we need reports on a regular basis, are there any other areas that you would also like to see some sort of feedback on? Over and above, obviously, you would have received a Treasury turnaround plan. You know what the recommendations are from the AG. They'll be included, and the lists that I've just mentioned. Are there any other issues that you would like reports on? Okay, seems like there's happiness on that. Right, Mr. Mkhize, thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it. We will now move on to Ithala and get their presentations and then ask our questions, and then we'll be done for the day. So can we just go on to it? Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhize. Can we please have who is speaking for Ithala so we can do the oath or affirmation?
Good afternoon, Chair. It's Dr. Thulani Vilakazi here, CEO of Ithala Soc Ltd. I, Dr. Thulani Vilakazi, affirm and swear that I'll speak the truth and the only truth, so help me God. I'm also joined by my chair, Mr. Pumzi Mpupuma, and also my CFO. He's just passing an apology just for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He's just gone to the mosque, and then he will be joining us at about 1 o'clock. So I will be carrying the presentation for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vilakazi. What we'll do is we'll just let you proceed with your presentation, and if any of your other colleagues are going to speak, we'll do the oath or affirmation with them. But in the meantime, let's proceed.
Yes, I will take the matter as read, Chair, given the fact that we did join at about 10:30, and I noted that the obviously substantive matters, particularly around the 2 issues that we reported on, the regular expenditure and the issue of the going concern. With your permission, Chair, I would like maybe to start with the issue of the going concern, because that's the elephant in the room in terms of Ithala's operations and where we at. In terms of our last meeting, with respect...
Vilakazi, yes. Are you not going to put a presentation up? I think we would like to see your. I think you would like to see your presentation. I hear what you're saying, that maybe we don't need to go into every single detail, but okay, if you have a presentation, I think it would be useful for us, because you can give life to your presentation.
All right, just a second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies, Chair, is that I'm not driving here. My executive assistant, she's in the meeting. She's just gonna flight it now. Just bear with us 2 seconds.
Thank you, no problem.
Yes. So if we'll go to slide 2, and then we'll go back to the regular part in terms of the this is the slide that I really wanted to start on.
We have nothing on screen. Sorry, we have nothing on screen at the moment.
Nothing on screen. Not sharing. Chair, can you see it on your side? Did not.
No, unfortunately not. At the same time, I don't want to belabor the point. So if members are comfortable, then you can just give us your presentation. Did you hear some of the questions that were raised earlier?
Yes, I had some of the specific questions.
Well,
yes.
Then let's get into that. I think the major issues were, as you say, regular expenditure, and then the issue about the going concern and the insolvency questions around Ithala. Let's just get into that. If you can bring up the presentation during the course of it, but I don't want to sit around waiting for minutes and minutes. Let's. It's been a long session already, so let's get going. You've muted yourself.
Sorry. On the issue of the going concern, as well as the issues that pertain to the banking license, because obviously this is continuity from the 6th administration to this current administration. I'd just like to give members just a bit of a background in respect of where we are. So that then at least some of the questions that I had would fill some gaps that some of the members who are new in the committee would not be familiar with. First and foremost, with regard to the present situation around the presence of the repayment administrator, what transpired was that the current exemption, or the last exemption that we had, expired on the 15th of December 2023. Now, prior to that engagement on the 15th of December, we had a number of engagements with the Prudential Authority, the last one being around the 23rd of November as well as the 7th of December. We had foreseen and we knew that the exemption was going to expire in terms of the current process. So what had actually previously happened was that in June, around before the 30th of June, we submitted our Section 12 application for the banking license. We also, at the same time, because we are consciously aware of the intricacies that are involved, especially about the banking license process, which on its own can be close to over 18 months if you take the various process. And us being a PFMA entity, we also require a number of processes to get that approval going through the PFMA process. So we applied in June for the banking license and also asked for an extension of our exemption around September. So what then happened in November, the Prudential Authority came back on the basis that they were not inclined to approve our request, both the application as well as a new exemption, mainly citing the reasons that are more around the exemption, the last exemption that we had. As you would see in some of the notes in the report provided, that you will see some of the conditions, particularly around the fact that we needed a guarantee for every R1 of a deposit that we have, that we must provide 75 cents guarantee, as well as also making a provision for 215 million or 15% of risk-weighted assets, which, given the constraints and of the fiscus of the province, it would quite be impossible for the province alone to rise up to the challenge of what would be an equivalent of 2 billion guarantee, as well as also to accommodate any processes and pragmatic time that would be required to set up such a guarantee in combination with National Treasury. Then the Reserve Bank came to the conclusion that because Ithala Soc Ltd had an exemption for quite some time, and that exemption also is a unique instrument in terms of it's issued under Section 1 of the Banks Act, and it used to be issued by the minister, now is issued by the Prudential Authority. They then, fully aware that once 15 December 2023 arrives, there would be no any other instrument that would be make us to be legitimate in terms of operating our business legitimately. Now, the RA, and I had Honorable, I think if I'm not mistaken, Honorable de Klerk, was talking around the aspects of the RA, I think it's the Honorable Chair, around why the RA was appointed. Now, in our case, the RA was not appointed on the basis that we are a pyramid scheme or we are insolvent or we are illiquid, because those fundamentals on our solvency as well as the liquidity are very sound. In fact, over the last 10 years, although I'm almost the longest serving CEO here, this is my 4th year starting, over the last 10 years, we actually have demonstrated that when it comes to certain key metrics in terms of the financial ratios and Prudential Authority requirements, Ithala far outperforms those requirements. Bar two, the two that were quite sticky is the cost to income ratio, which itself is a result of our high cost to serve, because we serve in far-flung areas of KwaZulu-Natal where we have cash in transit. We also operate quite an expansive IT system that is also housed by certain service providers. We then, obviously, in terms of us being able to deliver on these services, we require a lot of agility and actually change our model. But if you look at the other key ratios, your capital adequacy ratio, we have to hold about 15% on average. The Ithala Soc Ltd has been holding about 18%. You look at LCR, your leverage coverage ratio, we actually double that particular figure. You go to net stable funding ratio over 12 months, we actually exceed close to 150% of the 100% that were required. When it comes to net provisions and performance of our portfolio, we have a very high credible portfolio. Unlike other institutions, Ithala operates a very secured portfolio that is actually secured in terms of being almost on average under 9% in terms of provisions. Now, those two ratios, we have been dealing with them. The first ratio on the profit side. The profit side is obviously an issue of internal capital formation that we need to have, but it's also an issue around the amount of capital that will be required to be injected into the business. We are acutely aware that province cannot simply inject as much as we would be done in a commercial environment. And therefore, the province, with the support of the MEC, as you heard him today, has actually taken a decision and a view that they would actually explore invitations and actually involve investors that would actually come and actually assist us in that regard to be able to surmount that capital hurdle that we have. On the cost to income ratio side, over the last 2.5 years, we have actually changed our operating model. I inherited a cost to income ratio of about 130%, and we have been pushing it down up until the advent of the RA in December last year, where we're actually contemplating and actually projecting that in a year's time, we would have actually broken the 100% in terms of our cost to income ratio. Now, we have not been trading, Chair and members, since January, effectively from January, because we cannot actually handle a new business and so on. And that has actually impacted on the performance of our business. Hence, you see the number. If you look at the loss of 92 million, the majority of that loss is on the basis that currently we're unable to lend. Two, we now have our JAWS ratio, which is for the first time that our expenditure are running ahead of our revenue because we are unable to actually bring that revenue as we speak. However, just in terms of the policy issue sides that are impacting on our business, there was an application in 2016, which we learned historically was put in terms of acquiring the banking license. That application did not succeed because at the time, the Prudential Authority or the Reserve Bank then came to the conclusion that Ithala would not be able to have the adequate capital that is required in terms of running a banking institution. And then they also pointed out a number of other things around IT systems and the antiquated systems at the particular point in time. There were investments made, and there were some of the issues around implementation of one of the biggest projects of IT projects, which is one of the items that is in the regular expenditure, where there's been consequence management, where my predecessor and the head of IT were actually dismissed by the previous board in terms of actually not being able to perform on that particular aspect. However, there was then a policy change in 2018. In 2018, there was an amendment of what is called the Financial Matters Amendment Act, which then made it impossible for a provincial-owned entity such as ourselves to qualify for the banking license in order to be able to apply for a banking license as we know it. So in a nutshell, whilst we readied the institution in 2022, 2021 to be able to meet some of these requirements and actually deliver on most of these requirements, the major hurdle became IDFC cannot apply directly to be the holding company. There needs to be change. And we came up with a solution in terms of having a holding company itself that would only qualify if it had been open. Then we have that. So that's just on the PA side, on the Prudential Authority side. And then you have the FSCA, which was quite topical in July this year. The FSCA, because we are an institution that actually operates as a bank, Ithala Soc Ltd had been enjoying an exemption for up to 2022 June in terms of the FSCA. All banks, all financial institutions that are carrying deposits are exempted from the calculation. It's a very simple calculation of current assets minus your current liabilities. Now, banks, because of the nature of banking, where you have deposits, which Chair explained it very well later on when I joined in terms of the deposits being low, the mismatch between the assets being financed and the deposits, it then gives you a problem that equation you can never mesh unless you're an entity that doesn't hold liabilities that are in the form of bank deposits. So Ithala had been enjoying that exemption up until June 2022. And during June 22, we then made an application to the FSCA to say, shall you further then consider to grant us that further exemption whilst we actually are waiting the approval of our banking license application? So they only returned to us 18 months later to say they are now suspending the FSCA license. But I would like to point out and also emphasize the suspension of the FSP license is only on the new business that we have to take in. We are processing our existing business, and we have also put a plan in place that has been submitted on the 1st of October to the FSCA to consider. And they're going to come back to us with their final determination around the end of this month, which is the 31st of October. So that's the FSCA element. And then you have the other regulator, which is quite key, very important, the regulator NCR. With the NCR, National Credit Regulator. We don't have anything that we owe with them. And also FIC, Financial Intelligence Commission or Center, we are fully compliant with that particular one. And then we have the challenge that was brought by the termination of the ABSA sponsorship, which itself is also related to the aspects of why we are not profitable. The sponsorship that we inherited here was entered into in 1998. And in 1998, when they entered the sponsorship for Ithala, there are certain three major capabilities that are not part of their sponsorship.